What's up, everyone? How's it going? Welcome in. Oh, I'm gonna do my microphone thing again. Sorry if it's super loud. How's everybody doing? Apologize that I missed stream on Wednesday. I was extremely tired. It was a bad time. Yeah, welcome in, Oshik. Cold Bee Cuddles. How's everyone doing? Get started here in just a minute. Yeah, we've only got 3 days until the full Steam demo, so definitely need to lock in and get things moving. Yeah, I've got a bunch of things written down that we need to work on. Hopefully, we'll be able to do it all. Well, not all of it. I'm sure there's going to be a lot that we won't be able to get to, but that's fine. Initially, I wanted to do, like, a bunch more content stuff, and I wanted to make it so that you could... Like, we had a different layout and everything for the aquarium. And, like, it would be cool and all, but I just don't think we're going to have time for that stuff, unfortunately. Because that's a lot of work. But at least we'll try and make the demo experience as smooth as possible. Guess what? You're not getting me again with that. Shift my chair. Use Godot, right? Yes, I do use Godot. It's been really great. I've always really liked Godot, ever since I started messing around with it. But yeah. So hey, Zafencer, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, let's go ahead and jump into it. So, I added in a UI scale slider recently. There's still some issues with it that I need to fix. It is a little funny, because you can kind of, like, see things you're not supposed to see. I'll show you guys what I mean. How long have I been using it for? I've been using it for... Also, this is something we're going to fix today. I've been using it for about 2.5 years now. I started messing with it in like 2023. Yeah, coming up on 3. But yeah, it's been really good. I think it's a pretty epic engine. Very lightweight. It's powerful. Runs fast. Pretty cool. Do I know what itch is? Yeah, I definitely know what itch is. I've got the demo actually up on itch right now. So I just posted a web build there kind of early, just to get some early testing of the web and stuff all good to go. But yeah. What is the first word? The first word ever created? What do you mean? Going you? Yeah, it's going good. We're just gonna be working on the demo and getting that all. Oh, this word. I don't know, guys. No idea. No comment. Do I use GitHub for version control? Yeah, I do. Some people don't like GitHub because it's now a big funny company or whatever. Microsoft owns it, I think. To me, it's just like whatever. I'm just gonna use it. I'm just so used to it and stuff. There is like alternatives. I think there's like Codeberg or something that a lot of people use now. I don't know though if you have to self-host those ones, so it's kind of like, I don't know. Also, I'm gonna turn on the night mode right now, because as we work on this font, I don't want my eyes to die again. Say, Woolbed, welcome in. How's it going? Made very sad games and put 2 on there. Well, I'm sorry to hear they're sad. But that's pretty epic that you got some games up on there. I think we need to do Latin Extended Additional. Pretty sure these are the characters that Vietnamese uses that are missing right now, so... It uses a lot of these, like, for example, there's, like, the specific A in here that's being used all the time that's broken. I think it's, I don't think it's that one. It's like these ones where it has like the stack. I know it. Those are used a lot. So we're just gonna go through here and kind of fill out a bunch of those. It's annoying because it's so like far away in the thing, so I have to keep going back up and back down. So it's Latin Extended Additional. Let's just remember that. So I need the letter B. And we're just gonna start drawing these. So yeah, I just want to go through and fix this because it's really annoying how on Vietnamese it's completely broken. So that's what we're gonna do. I don't know if I want to do a thick line for that guy. Let's see. So that's all the capital B's, it looks like. Let's just kind of go through all the letters. So then capital A. Latin Extended. Are there even more icons on the desktop? Yeah. Every time I make a new reel or anything, it starts to build up, so there's a whole bunch there. All these are going to need to be drawn. There's a lot of these. A lot of A's, a lot of vowels. That's what they are. Okay, lowercase a. Boom. Hopefully these are the only letters we need for Vietnamese. As far as I can tell, it seems like it, but we will see. There's so many, it's crazy. Okay, then we got lowercase b. Yeah, all this stuff on my desktop is just like, I download a random GIF or image or something, you know, and then it just builds up. I need to just like hide all of them because they don't really do anything. Put that guy there. Then these are like a hollow circle. I think we'll do something sort of like that. Or maybe over on this side, just so it's not overlapping. And then here... I guess like that. It's tricky. I don't know if these are actually used in Vietnamese, so we might be okay, but... Let's see. And there are so many of these. Many, many, many. So I'm fairly new to Godot and making a 3D game and have not run into any issues. It's been pretty easy. How much harder is 3D than 2D for Godot? I mean, it's not like significantly harder or anything. I think it just comes with a lot of different challenges that you have to solve, right? I would say like 3D, obviously I think the big thing that you need with 3D is modeling and stuff like that, right? Sometimes it is a lot easier to just draw a little image. With 3D, you have to make sure that it's all like, that everything kind of works with each other. And also, of course, you know, in 3D, you're working with a whole new dimension. So it's a little bit more programming, just more like variables and numbers that you have to juggle around. But it's really not like too bad or anything, I would say. So, yeah, it's not the worst. I think Godot's 3D is actually pretty decent. Some people hate on it for some reason, I've seen, where they're like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like this stupid 3D. And I'm like, it's not that bad. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's pretty nice. I've had a good time with it so far. And I've done both 2D and 3D, so, you know. I know what's up. So I need to do that letter. I think it's in the little... Okay, so I just did it like that. And that one's like 2 pixels. Okay, I just want to be consistent here. So we're going to do this guy like this. And then we need to do like a little comma thing to the side, right? Like that. Hopefully that's okay. And is that one going to the left? Yeah. I guess that's fine. I might move it over just a little bit, specifically for this one. Like that. Okay. Quaternions. Honestly, quaternions aren't a big deal. I don't know why everyone is like afraid of quaternions, because it's one of those things, I think, where it's sort of like you don't really ever access the quaternions themselves very often. You know what I mean? Like, quaternions are useful, but you're not gonna be like creating quaternions manually all the time. And I think it really is the sort of thing that you like access and use, but it's all like sort of an automated process behind the scenes. And you can still create them using like regular Euler values, right? There's like functions to do it, so I don't think it's really too bad, honestly. I can't really see it because it's big. Another one. Let's do that there, because it's a really tiny guy. What I've seen, it's really easy to use and very similar to 2D, which I don't see a lot of engines doing. Yeah, I do really appreciate that Godot has support for it. I think it's important. I have seen a lot of really good 3D games being worked on in Godot, so I know that there's a, you know, it's like a totally reasonable part of the engine. Is that how it goes? It goes, yeah. These letters get crazy tall. And this one has that, and then also a tilde. I won't be able to like make that compact, but that's okay. I don't know how many of these letters realistically are going to be used, you know? It's sort of like do as many as we can. I know there is actually a limit on how many characters you can add to a font. And I think it's like this, the 16-bit integer limit. It's like 65,000 or whatever. You know, which is something that we should keep in mind. I don't think we're anywhere close to that right now, but you know. And I have to somehow get this effect. Really hard to do this. Because these are two distinct characters, which is complicated. Because there's one where it's got a little hook. And then there's one where it's just like a line. So I think for that one, I'll just do that. It's hard. Try using once and yeah, not a good idea if you don't understand it. Yeah. They are sort of scary. The way I see them is, yeah, they're sort of like a little bit like black magic. Not something you should really mess with unless you know what you're doing. But yeah. This one's pretty much to the right. So I'll just put it there, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tricky to display these in pixel art, you know? It's never going to be quite perfect. But that's okay, we'll try our best. Yeah, I don't want to spend like all day just doing the fonts. We'll try and rush through this, but yeah, we've almost got all these A's now. Those are the meat of a lot of them. Okay, I think those are all done. So I just saw Starground looks so incredibly polished. Thank you, yeah. Should make it on your own. The art style's peak, I appreciate it, yeah. I did a lot of this stuff in that by myself. I did all the programming and all the art, all the sound stuff. I didn't do the music though, and I did have Zach helping with some like design of things, right? Like mainly concept art stuff. So I can't ever really say that as a pure solo effort, but like for the most part it was. But yeah. That game I still need to work on. Not finished yet. It is a lot of work working on multiplayer, guys. That's the main thing I feel like people should be careful about, is just, you know, doing multiplayer. Because, man, it's a lot of freaking work. Let's do a line here. These are just like tiny little like short accents. And then we got the large E's. Let's fill these in. Excuse me. Crazy. All right. Got that one. That one. That one. This one like almost looks like the tilde, you know? But it's slightly different. Because it's like, how did I do the other ones? So I did... Okay, I just did a full, like... Let's just do that. Boom. Okay, I think that's all the E's everywhere, as far as I can tell. Oh, I didn't do any of these, so... Hold up. This one's got that, and then also the tilde. This one's got that, and then, what was it? The little thing. Okay. Hey, Ratsa, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, things are going good in here. I'm just working on adding a couple more glyphs to our font so that we support Vietnamese. Because right now, whenever Vietnamese text is displayed, it doesn't, you know, work. So we're just working on that right now. Oh, and actually just put this directly to the left of it, sure. Yeah, a lot of different letters that we have to fill out, but we're getting through it. I gotta do the lowercase e's now. But I want to make sure that this font is something that's, you know, gonna support all of our languages. So I did make a change now, so the font will no longer use the system fallback. And the reason for that is because I just want to make sure that, like, we are actually including all of the glyphs we need. So you guys might potentially see a letter or two on desktop like not be filled in properly. And if that does happen, you know, let me know. It won't happen yet until I push this update, but we'll just have to fix it as it comes. But it's kind of a good way for us to spot like when, you know, there's something like that. So do that like double. Well, it's tricky to think I want to do this one. Maybe like that. Yeah, sure. I just found a bug. Send the Discord for a little feedback. Okay, thank you. I read that as a little name in LI. Learning feedback, yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll try and get that fixed before the demo. Yeah, we got the demo in 3 days, so right now I'm kind of in the mode of, like, fixing things and polishing, you know? So... we're getting there. I wanted to do maybe some content stuff, you know, for the next update. But I don't think I'm going to have time to, honestly. Which is okay. Man, there is just so many. I don't know how many of these are even used. I'm sure a lot of these symbols that I've drawn, I might have accidentally done ones that like aren't actually used at all. But it's okay. I'm pretty sure that these are the symbols that we need for Vietnamese. I hope. But, I mean, looking inside the game, I think that seems to be most of these in here. We'll get all these, or like get a bunch of these done, and then save it and export it and see what it looks like. And hopefully it'll be looking a little bit better. These are funny letters. Okay, so that's all the E's. Now we're on to... let's do the H's, because those are easy. Yeah, I don't want today's stream to be another stupid, boring stream. So we'll try and get the font stuff out of the way here quickly. I might not do every single glyph today. We'll just do a couple and like see if it has fixed anything. And then we'll go do some more fun stuff. I can't remember how I did that. I know like there's other glyphs that do that. I need to go find where those are. It's Latin, pretty sure, so it must be one of these. There's one in here where I did a bunch of that. I thought it was in here. Where it's got the little hook. I don't see it in there. Maybe it was not Latin. Maybe it was like Greek that I did that in. Oh no, here it is. So for those, I just did a tiny hook. Was that the same size of hook that I was doing before? It's actually hard to say. Yeah, I think it kind of looks better with the smaller one, because this is like, it's so like large. I feel like I can't tell what's going on. I feel like that's just more clear what that symbol's supposed to be there. Okay. So those are all the capital H's. Let's get some lowercase h's. Blind streamer. Yeah, this is why I'm blind. Because I'm in the pure white menu. I really hope soon that Bits and Pika's updates and I can do dark mode. That would be so nice. I don't know why it doesn't have that, guys. More things need dark mode. I'm getting... I tire of programs and games and stuff defaulting to white mode. Like, it's just irritating on your eyes. Alright, I think that's all the H's now. Alright. Kind of want to go ahead and just quickly export and see where we're at. Let's export true type. Replace pixel chip. Shouldn't mess with any of the export settings. And then now in here we should see... I'll probably have to restart the game for this to take effect. But let's just remember what we have here. Oh, it just updated. So yeah, there we go. It's filling in all the letters now. Much better. Pretty cool. So yeah, we're on the right track. We just need to keep going through and do all of them. That I'm pretty sure is a U. We'll get to the U's in a minute. Let's keep going. It would suck if I got through all of these and then I'm at the end and there's still like a bunch of missing glyphs. I hope there's not another Latin extended. There is Latin extended C, but these are pretty weird characters. I honestly don't know if anything uses these that we have right now. So hopefully we won't need those. Bothers me so much that multi-billion-dollar companies can't do proper automatic dark mode on their websites. Yeah, it's wild. Like, man, like the one that always is so frustrating to me is it's Google Sheets doesn't have any dark mode, or same with Google Docs. Like, and you know the thing that sucks so much is that it literally does have it on mobile. On mobile you can do it, but for some reason on PC they're just like, no, you can't do dark mode, I'm sorry. Oh, this is a lowercase c. It's so dumb. It's just like, why though? Why? Yeah, Wikipedia has dark mode, and it actually works really well. I always use dark mode on Wikipedia. So, yeah, I mean, literally, it's just like a simple like inversion thing. And they'd have to fix a couple things, I'm sure, Google, for dark mode. But, like, man, I wish they would do it. It just seems like such an obvious thing of like, why would you not do this? I'm gonna make sure that I did the C correctly with the accent. Yes, I did. Latin extended F. Oh my goodness, it just keeps going. How many Latins are there? Let's go do the D's. Let's do the do. So you Google the whole material UI so they even have a specific sheet on how to do it. Yeah. It's so dumb. I think it's just kind of a prime example of like a company that just like doesn't care. Like, I don't know. You know? Google's just there to make money at the end of the day. And unless it's actually profitable for them to do something, they're just not going to do it. It's unfortunate. But Google is not our friend. It is a massive corporation. So, go get the small d. Boom. This one's weird. It's like got it like in the middle of the thing, like there. It's fine. Get the line. Actually, the line doesn't really extend to the end there. We got this funny guy. And this guy. Oh yeah, so Subnautica 2 came out, guys. I don't know if you guys noticed. Has anyone played Subnautica 2 yet? Oh god. No. I didn't mean to. There's no undo? Bro. I just deleted the F. Yeah, I gotta go find another F that I did now. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. I hope I did another F. I'm sure that I did somewhere. It's actually insane there's no undo. What? Where is the, That's the one we're doing now. Well, I guess I have to just hope and pray that I did it right. That frickin' sucks. God dang it. What did the F look like before? Here, let's go look back at the stream before I accidentally pasted it, and we can just make sure it's fine. I only saw a couple minutes gameplay, yeah. I've been playing it, and it's been pretty cool, guys. I honestly do really like it. See, the F was actually shorter. I feel like it really captures the vibe of Subnautica 1. Obviously, it's still a little rough around the edges because it's still early access, but honestly, for what it is right now, it's pretty impressive. I've been having a good time with it. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they do next. There we go. That's fixed now. We had lowercase f. Latin extended again. This guy's got a funny dot. Dot's actually offset over here. Okay, G, and then small g. This guy's got a line. Small g. Alright. We're getting there. One day. One day we'll be there. We got capital I's to do. Oops. So that's a small letter L. Let's do this guy really quick. And then this one just has the funny guy above him. I guess that'll be fine. Okay, then this one's got the 2 dots. And in between the 2 dots, it's got an accent. This one's got a tilde on the bottom. Okay. Lowercase I. See, the struggling educator has given us a home lab task of setting up OpenPLC and SCADA and learn OT security. Both OpenPLC and SCADA are broken in 2026. Well, that sucks. Oh man, I've had so much stuff like that with school. Yeah, it's been frustrating dealing sometimes with that kind of stuff because, like, I remember one of my classes, it required a Raspberry Pi, right? And then the thing is, though, is that, like, at the time, I think the Raspberry Pi was insanely expensive. It's probably actually way more expensive now, which is insane to think about. But, like, me and my team, we're all broke college students, and then they're like, all right, you need a Raspberry Pi. It's gonna cost you $200. I'm like, oh my god. But yeah, it's just stupid how, like, there's always it's just stupid stuff. I'm done with school. Thank God I'm done with school. Yeah, super expensive now, relatable, yeah. Okay, he's using some cheap Arduino clones, yeah. So yeah, he's asking to use, I'm not super familiar with what those are. OpenPLC. What is this? Okay, it's like a program for creating like basically like circuit boards, right? Maybe? No. What is a PLC? PLC meaning programmable logic controller. Okay. So yeah, makes sense. Yeah, learning factory infrastructure. That's pretty interesting. And then SCADA. Architecture comprising computers. Oh, like these things? I've seen these all the time. So it's like creating like a little interface for things, right? It'd be super interesting if it worked, I know, yeah. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that you're having that issue. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure what to do in a situation like that. I mean, you can bring it up to your teacher and stuff, but every time I've ever done that, it's just kind of like brushed under the rug and nobody does anything about it, you know? Which always sucks. Sometimes the good teachers will be like, oh, I had no idea. Let me, you know, fix that. Or change the assignment so that we can use something that isn't broken. But a lot of them won't care. Yeah, it's a little frustrating. Education is difficult. And it's not even because of the actual material, it's just because of the people behind it, you know? But, oh well. Some people really shouldn't be teaching, honestly. Like, unless you're actually going to be there and be helpful, then you're more of a detriment to the course than you are a benefit. Honestly. But anyways. See, now the RAM and Raspberry Pi cost more than all the other parts. Yeah, it's insane. I'm sure they're so expensive now. Ugh. Explain it to you, but we're not past the setup. Oh, yeah. Running in Docker. That Docker container is running Linux. Oh, so you'd have to do it all from... Yeah, that would freaking suck. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Just one of the many things that sucks about school. I think sometimes, like, stuff like this is part of the reason why in my head I'm like, I don't know if I'd ever really want to go back and do a master's. And also, like, the thing with a master's is it's just not really the stuff that I want to do. Like, with a master's, you really get into more, like, at least from what I've seen with the course and that my university offers, is like, it's very research focused and stuff like that, you know? And I'm just like, I don't want to do research. I've dabbled with it enough in some of my courses to know that it's like, it's cool and all, and it is important work that people do with that stuff, but it's just not the thing I want to do. I don't know. So Drunkbox, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? A home economics teacher said if have 3 kinds of beans in a dish, it's automatically healthy, even if you have one of each. I mean, that's kind of a... it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Nothing is automatically healthy just because of its ingredients. I think the important thing with that is, like, it's all about, like, your dosage, you know? Like, if you eat 500 beans, then beans are incredibly bad for you, you know? I mean, even water is bad for you if you drink too much of it, so... Yeah. I think it's kind of stupid whenever somebody says stuff like that, like something is objectively bad for you, because it's not always the case, unless it's literally like a poison. But, you know, that's not usually a thing. I mean, even stuff like butter is fine. I wouldn't say butter is a particularly healthy food, but it's not, like, strictly bad for you. It just depends on how much butter you're eating. I don't know. I shoved my 3DS into the closet of horrors, and that may be revisited another day, but... yeah. Otherwise, I'm doing great. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, modding stuff like that is a little scary. Oh yeah, and oh man, your cable tore, and yeah, that's a whole thing. Sucks that happened. Let's get the small O. Almost everything can both help you, hurt you, and kill you, depending on the dosage. Yeah, I mean, it's so true. Literally anything has the potential to be good for you. It just depends on the way you use it, you know? I mean, even like drugs and stuff can be very helpful, even though it's so easy to accidentally ruin your life with them, right? So it's like, it just depends on all the circumstances of how stuff is eaten or used. Yeah, I think it's a little weird to conjecture that 3 individual beans is healthy? I don't know. It's just a weird line of thinking. This guy... I think I've been just doing that on these. Let me go see. Where are they? Oh, they're down here. So the triangle with the little... Yeah. I think I did one in here that wasn't like that. And now I'm thinking like, well, I should be consistent. This guy. Alright. Unless I want to separate that like that. Maybe that would be easier. Maybe. Maybe. These ones are fine, because it's like really hard to squeeze that in here. Maybe I even like do that. Or maybe even do that. Maybe that would be best. This guy, that one's whack. Okay. I think there's only like one that does that. Okay, let's see. Oh, my eyes are a little irritated today. Also because everyone A's and tell people the answers during the test. I mean, I think it depends. I've had some teachers that do stuff like that, but it's not always strictly a bad thing. It depends on the way that he's teaching, I would say. But yeah, it does definitely open the potential for people to just not do any work or any real learning, so it's hard to say. Let's see, this one, that one's fine. Okay, so we'll leave that guy. This one is pointing to the left. Okay, those are all fine. This one, fix it up. It's fine. Fix this guy. I also said they worked for a 5-star Michelin restaurant in Chile, and that's pretty epic. Always have really liked cooking. It's pretty fun. It's almost like, in a way, like like a Lego set in a funny way. If you're following recipes and stuff, like as long as you follow all the instructions, you get an epic little product at the end. Yeah, that's always been really fun. It's usually cheaper than going out to eat, so it's kind of also a cost-saving measure. Alright, we're getting there, guys. Just got a couple more to go, and by a couple more, I mean like 500. No. I think some of these other ones are a bit easier. There's, like, these all just have dots, so these are nothing. It's just these ones down here, the vowels are kind of the tricky ones. Because they've got a lot of funny shapes. But it should get a little smoother here in a minute. This one's got a tilde on top. Like that. This one's got a hook. And it's got that. Hey, Adrian Lucas, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, the font episode returns, the font arc. It's okay. We're getting through it. I don't think it'll take us too long. Once we get through these vowels, basically we're going through and doing this because Vietnamese is broken right now. It's got a bunch of fancy little glyphs and stuff that we need to go through and add. Because the thing is on web, that's where everything kind of breaks, because you can't do a system fallback font on web. So it means that whenever we have a missing glyph on web, it will be broken. So that's kind of why I've been going through and like really spotting any missing glyphs that we don't have inside of the font already, because it's kind of a big problem. Now, luckily, the standard normal font I use has everything because it's just a Noto Sans, and that's like designed to have all of the glyphs. So that one's okay. But our Pixel one, I need to go draw all those manually. Just notice there's a slider on the left for pixel transparency. Yeah, you can do that. It doesn't actually like change the font though. So I don't know why that's over there. I think if you export this as a bitmap font, that's where you can use semi-transparent, like you do open type bitmap or whatever. And I think that's how you can do semi-transparent stuff, but we're just exporting it as a regular OTTF, so it doesn't really work. But it is cool that it has support for that. I could see like doing like a hyper stylized font, you know, for a little game or a little game jam or something. And doing like some semi-transparent pixels too. Because yeah, I actually tried doing that, like throwing on some anti-aliasing, and it didn't seem to work. I was like, this isn't actually gray, so I don't think it works that way. I think it's because when you export as an OTF, you're doing like almost like a vector, or it's just sort of a list of like where the lines are. So it doesn't have like, you know, this pixel should be this color, if that makes sense. Let's copy that there. I was learning originally for a game jam. It was not, no. It started off just being a full-on project. I haven't ever actually taken a game jam game and turned it into a full game, so maybe one day I will, but I don't know. I think the thing is with game jams is you don't have a lot of time to really like work on your concept enough. I think as time goes on, I value the idea of a game more and more. You know, I think it's extremely important. Because you have to think about so many different things that you just don't have time to inside of a game jam, right? So, but you know, you got stuff like your fantasy and value proposition and all this stuff. Usually in a game jam, it's like, all right, here's the theme. Let's just hurry and make it work for the theme. Because we have barely any time for anything. Okay, we need the small U's. We're getting pretty close over here. And then once this is all done, hopefully, we will have all the letters we need. I'm a little worried that we're going to go through all this and then realize there's like a whole nother enormous list of letters we need for Vietnamese or something. But hopefully that doesn't happen. I guess we'll find out soon. I'm sure there's some kind of like automated like script you could write for something like this, because a lot of these characters have the same like glyphs. Like I've done this little shape here before, and I've done a tilde a million times. I know that like all of these glyphs are reused everywhere. So you probably could do that. But I don't know. I don't really feel like writing a whole script right now for that. Making games in general is in a tight time sucks too, yeah. Made a game for a friend's birthday, but school's been eating me alive on the final weeks, yeah. It's hard. Yeah, I just really like having the time to spend on the idea more and like actually making sure the idea is gonna work. That's why I've never really converted a game jam game. Because I feel like after a game jam, every single time I'm like, all right, there's like some critical problem with the concept or something, or like a reason it just won't really make sense to turn into a full game. And that's fine. I still definitely think though that jams are a great way to learn, right? And that's kind of the reason why, is because I think like in the reflection period after you've made a game, you really get to think about like everything that went down and what was bad and what was good, you know, and stuff like that. Just having an opportunity to reflect on the development process is always a very good thing. All right, tilde. Here, let's stop. I really wish there was an undo in Bits and Picos. It is a nice program. It's like almost got everything that I could ever want. But there's just occasionally a couple things like that I'm like, it's kind of weird that it doesn't have that, you know? See, what is the program called? Nah, this is just the name of the font. It's called Bits and Picos. Like this. It's just a free program on GitHub that I found. It seems to work pretty well. There was a release in February. Map edit and key edit. But yeah, it's really nice for creating pixel art fonts for sure. It's just easy. I was trying to use Font Forge, but it's really just not great for that, honestly, which is unfortunate. It looks like you can even like import Font Forge and stuff, like Font Forge fonts and projects. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I definitely would check it out. If anyone's doing pixel art fonts, I think it's pretty cool. So let's let me make the whole font for the game. So it's been nice. Let's see. Don't know if you're looking at some of the Minecraft modding stuff, how it's done. I think it's not realized to do the mod on our own when we never did any MC modding. Yeah, this is something I've been that's been sort of in the back of my mind about all this. I don't know if we're gonna be able to figure all this stuff out, having never done a mod before. So even if I scale it down, yeah, even if I scale it down massively, yeah. So the plan now for me is to finish and structure the design doc, post it somewhere, pray that it'll be interesting enough for someone who knows how to code the structure to help. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, we can do that. I don't think, if I'm being honest, somebody will come along and make our mod out of the kindness of their heart, you know? But modding is hard, you know? It's time consuming. I think the thing is anybody that's spending the time to mod stuff is probably going to be wanting to work on their own idea. I mean, but yeah, we can totally do that. Yeah, I think it is tricky, like trying to, it was a very what's the word? What's the word? I can't think of it right now. Not overachieving. A bold, it's like, I can't remember the word, but yeah. The concept was very grand. Not that I didn't like the concept or anything, but I just think the technical feasibility of it is a little, yeah, tricky. I don't know. Yeah, totally give it a shot. I mean, there's no harm in that whatsoever, so. Yeah. It is unfortunate. Basically it goes to the end there. I don't like how that is, so we'll do that. I don't like how it is over there either. Yeah, I mean, I'm always down to work on like a smaller scope mod, you know, something that's more of just kind of a standalone feature thing instead of being like a complete rework of the entire game. Because I feel like that would be a lot more feasible, or even doing a mod pack instead, you know? Because those are all other options too that we could explore one day. Because yeah, I just think it's like, it's really hard to tackle something of that scale without any modding experience. I mean, like, I've done some light modding stuff, but like, I have no idea how to go about like removing content and things like that. I just don't know. I think the dots and tildes and stuff are going to be too high. It's going to look weird in some UI. I mean, it's always hard to say. I mean, it's complicated because I have to make that stuff like readable, you know, which is the big thing. Because if I make it like squanched down and kind of merged into the letter, it might be like impossible to tell what the symbol actually is. Because you also have like really like some that are extremely similar in here, right? Where like this one, you have like this one that's like a little curved hook. And then you also have the same, almost the exact same one that's just like a little dashed, a tilted line, right? This one versus this one. So if I had all those like more compact, I think it would start to cause a lot of readability problems. I don't know for sure if it's gonna be a bad, you know, the height of these characters. I don't think it'll be a huge problem. It's not like it's the letter itself that's too tall. It's just like a tiny little mark above it. So even if it does kind of extend past certain UI elements or whatever, I don't think it's going to cause a major problem. Plus, it's usually mostly in this area anyways, and that's like the safe area. So we'll have to see. If there are issues like that, then I can definitely go back and try and think of ways to make it a little more compact, but I guess I'm just sort of hoping and praying that's not going to be a thing that we have to worry about. We'll see. Yeah, it's hard to say. That's why making fonts is hard. I mean, it's easy to make like a little just, you know, regular Latin character font, like that's nothing. But if you're trying to really create a font that's like has an extended character set like this and supports a ton of different languages, it is really hard. I don't think people ever really think about it. But there's literally hundreds of characters I've already had to draw. Just for like a small subset of languages on Earth, which is crazy. And I haven't even drawn any of like the Japanese, Chinese, or Korean characters, because I think just going through those, I realized like, oh my God, there's like literally a million of these things, and there's no way I'm ever gonna be able to do all of them. So, which is too bad, but one option is I could always import those characters from another pixel art font that already has them. So that is an option, but yeah, it's hard to say. See, you're great at finding great tools. I appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, I was just looking around because like FontForge is really cool, and I think FontForge is great for like high-res fonts, but for doing pixel art stuff, it was like, man, I really need something designed for pixel art. It's just, I'm having way too much trouble with this because I had to keep going through and like I would put down like a thing and then I have to move the vertices and do all that for 1 pixel. And I think I got to a point where I was like, man, this is such a waste of time. But yeah, this works really well. And because normally, like if you're doing a non-pixel art font, like this stuff wouldn't be like this. Like you'd put 1 point here, 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here, and then you'd set like the Bezier curves to curve and make like rounded stuff, right? So it just makes a lot more sense. Okay, we're getting there, guys. Let's do the Ys down here, just because I feel like it. Latin extended. There's some weird shapes in here. Let's go get the capital Ys. Okay. Dang. Yeah, big smash about it. Even if it doesn't work out, it's definitely worth it in terms of thinking about game design and stuff. Yeah. I think that's always the best way to look at something like that, is it doesn't have to automatically be a waste of time. Like you still went through the process of designing and getting more practice with that. So I think that's the important takeaway. So yeah. I think it's always good to kind of, I guess, remind yourself of how scope creep can be so dangerous, you know? Because it really like starts off as being like fine, and it's just this, you're in this phase of like throwing all these ideas out and you're like, whoa, this is gonna be so cool and I can't wait to do all this stuff, and then I think it's really easy to realize like, oh, this has become way too much work. And everybody runs into that. I did that stuff all the time. Even with like Pogo Rocket, and especially with Starground, I'm not gonna lie. Starground is a very overscoped game, so it happens. What are these? Middle Welsh V? I don't know if these are used in Vietnamese. I don't think so. They're only for Welsh. So let's just get all these characters in here done, and then that's it. We're done working on the stupid font. It's not stupid, but it is time consuming. And there's other things that I need to get ready for the demo. But I have to make sure that all of our languages will actually display on web, because otherwise I can't really say to everybody, I have support for Vietnamese, and then it doesn't work. Oops. Do that. Did I fix the phi? Oh yeah, the Cyrillic letter. Is that the one that you're talking about? It's the one that looks like the circle with the line in the middle. Let me snooze that ad. The dot. Yeah, I didn't make that change yet. We can do that right now. It's because I wasn't editing the fonts anymore, but yeah. Something like goes across the whole R. It's weird how these lines kind of dynamically change their size, it looks like. I think I got all those. Yeah, let me just finish this up and we can go work on that. It should be pretty easy to do. Well, let's just go do it now so it's out of the way. But yeah, it's specifically this letter. I know you posted in here. Let me go find that. Let's see. Let's see, errors in translation. Okay, I gotta fix that. We'll do that. Shop doesn't have block icon. Oh yeah, it doesn't. Maybe I should fix that. Okay. Yeah, I'll go through that more carefully here in a minute. Let's see, so that's the phi character. Where was that message? Trying to find where that is. But hi again, yeah, welcome in. Yeah, just looking at your errors, or your bug reports and errors. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that with that. And the word is in the middle of the word. Yeah, we're gonna have to change how that's formatted then. So am I ping you? Yeah, if you can ping me to where that is of the version that you did, that would be very nice. I just can't find it. It's also weird how this one like goes below. I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to go below. Should just be like this, I think. I don't know if there's other characters like that that I would need to modify. I don't know. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think that could work. So you got the two. Yeah, I like how that one looks. Oops, I put it too low. Yeah, right there. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit better. I think the other one is like weird because I think it technically like uses the I letter or something, but I think that's a little bit better. So yeah, I appreciate it. That should be applied then for the next update. Okay. Let's just keep getting these letters done. Do I have this open in the background? Oh. Did I just change the F again because I had that open? No, we're good. Okay, so we need to do the S's now. Latin extended additional. It is insane how many languages use Latin when you think about it. I mean, it does make my job a little bit easier. This one is so weird. It's got that and then a dot. Oh, that one's a circle and a dot. This one's got two dots. It's like a weird money symbol. Alright, let's go get the S's. Hope I'm not being offensive when I say a letter is weird. I don't mean that it's like a bad letter. Is anyone sensitive about letters? I don't know. Here we got this. Oops. What's above that? Dot. Boom. We got the V, the dot. And we got the double dot. Okay, S's are done, I believe. Now we just got to do T's, V's, W, Y, and Z's. I don't know if these letters are used, like capital letter sharp S. It's like a B, but a little funny. Now delta, that could be used. I don't know if it's used in Vietnamese, but... Dude, Plants vs. Zombies is freaking awesome. I need to play more. I wish there were more games like Plants vs. Zombies. I know there is one that Graham is publishing, made by the people that did UNA Dreams. It does look kind of interesting. But it's more of like a... I don't know if it's quite like Plants vs. Zombies. I just like the setting of Plants vs. Zombies, honestly. Suburbia. Kind of epic. It's a vibe. And the music is fire. I wish Plants vs. Zombies 3 would be epic. But so far, not holding my breath. I think it's gonna be a bad time. Okay, capital V's. You mean the B? Yeah, we've got that, and for German, yeah, that one's pretty common. Seen that all over in the game, testing stuff. Okay, do that guy. Small V. Tilde. Oh, almost, guys. W's. I swear, like, I'm gonna put all these in, and then we're gonna look at all the letters and realize, like, oh, you know, we need to do more. If there is more letters that we have to do after this, I'm gonna do that another time. I'm not gonna do it on stream right now. Oops. Put that there, put that there. There's a double guy. Single guy. Another double guy. It looks like a face. A lot of these letters look like faces, actually. Like these O's with the double umlaut over here and stuff. It's like, he's like, oh. I would say the tilde is the most underrated character. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, we don't use it at all in English. Pretty much. I don't think there's any use of it in English. Yeah. I don't even know why we have it on the keyboard if we don't even use it. So it's kind of interesting. Maybe there's a use for it? I can't remember. There's probably some, like, grammatical use of it, or, like, you know, some guy in a novel once used it, and now it's in every keyboard. But if you ask me, what does the tilde mean, or how do you, what do you use it for? I would have no idea. Wouldn't be able to tell you. But I know in like other languages and stuff, like Spanish specifically, it's used to indicate that like it's like just a different way to pronounce like specific letters. Like it's used a lot over the N, so you do like a ñ instead of n. So like jalapeno, or I don't know, or no, it's not in jalapeno, is it? What's a word in Spanish that has the tilde N? Anything with like enya at the end, usually. Mañana, I think. Banana in Spanish. Oh, that's platano. What is mañana? Oh, that's apple. Oh, that's manzana. I don't know. I don't use Spanish enough. Oh yeah, baño. Bathroom. Yeah, baño has it. Because yeah, it's not bano. It's baño. You go like nya nya nya. Alright, Y's and then Z's. We don't use it in Swedish either, but I love using it for almost. For example, I'll be there and oh yeah, prox. That's what we use it for. We use it to indicate approximate. Yeah. That's true. I didn't think about that use, honestly, but yeah, I use it sometimes for that. Not very often, but occasionally. It's good to be like around this amount. I don't know how to do the end of the tilde. Yeah, I don't know how you... I have no idea how you're supposed to like type out. I guess you use like maybe you have like a special keyboard for it, or you use like the Unicode codes, right? So you have to like hit like the numbers on your keypad to write out the letter. That seems like it would take forever though, and you'd have to remember all of them. I don't know. That seems like a stupid way to write them. Yeah, I have no idea. Ah, we're almost there, guys. I see the calm. I see the end of the storm. Almost there. We're so close. Okay, those are done. I don't know if these are used. T with the diuresis. We should probably get that checked out, guys. H, for sure, I already have one here. H with a line. And then funny letter W with a ring. A with a half ring. Don't know if these are used. If I was like a linguist, I'd probably know if these were used or not, but I'm not, guys. Latin small letter long S with dot above. Like, where the frick is this even used? Well, we can do this. And then I can shift it to the left. There we go. What is going on here? So it's got a little thing there, and then it's like, got that. And this one's similar. Where it's got that, it's like an F, and then it has another one beneath it. I've never seen these characters ever. But I'll do them just in case. And then this is basically a B, but the back of it is like funny. Right? Is it like... I guess it's like the same size as a full B. It's basically the exact same as the German one. Whatever you call that one. Funny B. The double S or whatever it is. Where is that letter? I know I have it somewhere in here. Come on. Where is it? Is it in here? Probably. There it is. It's ever so slightly different, because that's the small letter sharp S. So apparently there's a big one. Also when you use tilde for quiet tone purposes. Yeah, that's true, that's true. It is interesting how we like find uses for it. So that's the small S. We need a big S. So I guess what I'll do is this, and make it like larger. Like that. Okay. Do we do the W with the circle? Why not? Let's just get it done. And then a small Y. Man, it's crazy how all these songs are like core memories in my brain. Plants vs. Zombies and Insane Aquarium. It's like wild. I'm pretty sure I've done this Delta before somewhere. I'm like 90% sure that I have. It might have been instead of Greek. It's similar, but I did another one in like another extended Latin set somewhere. This is in Cyrillic. Or it looked the exact same. One day we'll also approach Hebrew and Arabic. I don't know though if there's like other things I have to do with those, to be honest. I just don't know. But it would be really cool to have those languages in there too. I know I did another Latin extended thing. That's the one we just did. Then we get no Chinese characters. A lot of these characters just don't even render in my system font, so probably don't need to do them. What is that character? Where is it? Thought it was in here somewhere. There's this letter. I swear I did it, guys. Maybe I'm thinking of the edge. However you say that. Whatever. Let's just go copy it from Greek and then modify so it's round. The thing you refer to as German be a double S. Okay, interesting. Banyo, yeah. Looks like you can type tilde and with Alt type, yeah, in the 164 and the numpad, yeah. That's how you do it. And this is basically that letter, but just sort of rounded. Maybe like a little longer. Sort of like that. Good enough. I don't think anyone's going to use it anyways. Okay. I think that's good enough. I'm not going to bother with these because it's for Welsh, and we don't have Welsh as a language, so let's freaking be done. Now, I really, really hope that that's actually all of the letters we need. We're about to find out. Let's hope and pray, guys. Now, if there are still letters or something, or there's like a language where it's completely like I'd have to write a whole new alphabet, then we could just make it use the regular Noto Sans font if we had to, but let's see. Yes. I think that's all the letters. But we have to go through and actually make sure. But so far, so good. Hopefully this is actually readable to somebody that speaks Vietnamese. But yeah, you can see that the letters getting tall, like over here and stuff, are fine. I mean, they do get quite tall, but I don't think it's going to actually cause any formatting issues, luckily. Nice. Yeah, I don't think those like really tall letters are used very often anyways, so. Pretty cool. All right, well, we've done it, guys. For 1 million years, we have done all of the letters. Okay. So yeah, then if we go to normal font, it should also be fine. Don't know what I'm clicking anymore. There we go. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. So yeah, anyways, the thing I was going to show you guys like 2 hours ago or something. Donations wasn't translated. It's probably just because Vietnamese is not 100% right now, so it doesn't have any of the new keys. If we go to something that does have everything translated, we can see in here donations is translated. So yeah. We're good. So yeah, you're saying that it's still not translating the 2x byte rate thing, which is weird because I thought it was. I'm pretty sure that I tested it and it was translating, but it's not all of a sudden. Okay. Hold on, let me go double check that. That's really odd. So it does translate multiplier byte rate. Right? Looks normal to me. Then let's go look at our translation sheet. So I'm pretty sure I have that key in here. Multiplier. Search for byte rate. Yeah, it's right there. Why would that not be translating? The key is in here. So it's multiplier. I'm just going to copy this and make sure that it is the exact same string, which it is. So it should translate that and then convert multiplier into 2x. So, yeah, I don't know why that wouldn't be working. I mean, theoretically it should be. Does it work in any other languages? It works in Chinese. So maybe it's just specific languages hasn't been translated yet. Because like in Belarusian... Hold on. Bro. What? And now it translates. Oh! I think I might know what's going on here. I'm not calling update at the beginning to actually change it. Okay. And I think that's why it only updates after you change the language. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Oh, you search for 2x. Yeah, I put in multiplier in case I would decide to change that one day. Okay, I think it'll be fine now. I think it's just because it wasn't doing its initial update. So if we go in here and check now. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Not a big deal. We got that fixed. Let's go put this in here. Fix an issue where the 2x byte rate text was not translating properly. Also added font glyphs for Vietnamese. Say the end on YouTube just came in. What's going on? Welcome in. We were just working on our font. Added in all these extra Latin characters for Vietnamese specifically. So that's all working now. Now we're going to go through and just keep kind of fixing things and throwing in a few things I've been meaning to get done for the demo. Probably a couple of bug fixes and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's going good. So yeah, let's go look inside here now for all the things. Ooh, it'd be cool if the game had multiplayer one day. I don't know if I'm going to do multiplayer. Let's see. So what are these things in here? Yeah, I'll reply to that here in just a second. So for Swedish, many other languages. So yeah, there you add an N. Okay. Oh, and here a longer word becomes 2 rows. Yeah, it's a little funny. I'm not sure how to fix that. I'll have to think about how to format that. So I'll put a little check on this. It's done. Yeah, so what's going on here? So I think it's because they may have... Let's go look at the translations, and specifically that one line. It's going to be in Swedish. Swedish, where are you? There you are. So it's the... something about the shop? What line is that? I think it's this one? Buy the tip jar? Yeah. Because what they're doing is they're adding N at the end of it. Yeah, Swedish grammar, the tip jar would be... yeah, tip jar in. Yeah, I think what we might do for that then is eventually just change this key. So instead of showing, like, buy the tip jar, it'll just have the word tip jar that can be changed and translated, and then have some extra tags for where the the colors and icons and stuff are displayed. I know there are a couple issues like this with languages, and I do need to fix that, yeah. Yeah, it's not just Swedish, so... Eventually I'm going to go through and change that. I just need to figure out how I modify the base keys in Weblate. Like... Weblate keys. I think I have to, like, export it into a GitHub repository or something, and then edit them in there, and then commit the changes back into Weblate to change the source strings. It's really annoying. Wonder if that'll, like, break all of our translations, though, you know? I guess it might be better to do an algorithm to fix or something. An algorithm fix. Yeah. I mean, it should be fine. We could do, we can just, usually what fixes that is just put the actual word in the key so that if it needs to be formatted a different way, it doesn't break everything. Yes, I know there's like a way to do it in here. I'm gonna have to get some... it's like complicated. Wish it was easy. But yeah, you have to get some SSH keys. Or you can do it like this. HTTPS repositories. Git. I mean, this is what I want. But I have to give it like permissions or something. I'm not 100% sure how to do all this. See, I mean, this is what I want to do. Git repository for you and all changes are tracked in. In case you decide to use a VCS to store the translations, you already have a repository within Weblate. So, like, there already is the files in Weblate somewhere in here, right? I just need to... I don't know how to access them or anything. Maybe we could go into our other little panel. What is it called? CloudRun? What is it called? It's translation. I don't remember how to get the CloudRun. Let me figure that out again. Oh, here it is. Apparently there is an update for Weblate. I don't know what the update is. I'm a little afraid to update it now. But let's go see what it is. So it updates Weblate. It does all these things now. Admins can clean up blocked or abusive users by reversing edits. That's nice. Added the LT engine machine translation service. Yikes. Uploads now enforced, blah blah blah. Just a couple different things. We'll do that later. I don't want to break Weblate again because that's what broke it last time. Scary. Quick question for languages that don't have moderators. How do you get it approved? Basically, anyone can just send me a DM on Discord and just be like, hey, I want to be a reviewer, and then we can figure it out from there. So that's the process we've been using for that so far. Does have 6. Reboot required. Oh, CloudRun updated. Oh, Ubuntu security updates. We may have to reboot. And this needs a manual update. Oh, that was a recent one too. Yeah, I might wait a second on that. I don't want to break everything again. Oh, man. Yeah, anyways. I'll figure out how to do that later. I don't want to do it on stream because it's just gonna be really boring, and I'm gonna have to like access stuff that I don't really want people to be looking at. you know, like public SSH keys and stuff to access the VCS. So that's better left to do non-stream. Also, guys, my plants are ready. Let's freaking go. I randomly saw this game on Itch, and I just grabbed it because why not? Okay. So let's keep working through things. So yeah, these are problems. Not 100% sure how to change the keys yet, but once I figure that out, then we'll be able to fix all these issues. So now let's read through this. Absolutely love the game, epic. Various kinds of mini games there are. Yeah, I'd like to throw in even more, and then especially also start like attaching the mini games to specific fish rarities. I think would be really fun, because then you get like a rare legendary fish and you get some crazy insane mini game. I don't want to make people go through that kind of stuff for like common fish, but I think it would make catching a legendary or rare fish feel a lot more epic if there's like a more difficult mini game that you have to complete. So that'd be pretty cool. A lot of games do just do like one mini game over and over and over. It could be improved or changed. Oh yeah, sometimes here it starts to slaughter already into blue space. I feel that. I would like to change that. I'll have to figure out how. Actually, it might be because it's not resetting its position across. I'll have to double check on that. That could be what's going on here. There's a lot of decorations. Sometimes it's hard to spot and select the fishes. Yeah, I want to do like a panel somewhere that'll prevent that issue from happening. Yeah, just like a little info panel that has like a list of all the fish and their stats and stuff would be pretty nice. Yeah, and some use to decorations and furniture. I do want to do that too. Yeah, massive final tank upgrade. I want to throw in that as well. A big epic tank. Rebalancing the whole game for the demo or the full game or somewhere in between. I don't think I have time to do an enormous rebalance for the entire game before the demo, because that's only in like 3 days. But yeah, at some point I will be doing a lot of rebalancing. We might do like the price rebalancing of the fish before the demo, because that's kind of a smaller subset of balancing that I think would be okay. But yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things that we're definitely just going to have to keep kind of slowly working on as time goes on with the rebalancing. You know, we notice anything that's like a little weird or bad, we can tweak it. Because it's hard. Sometimes doing massive big sweeps and rebalancing everything at the same time can be kind of a really bad idea. Because it leads to a lot of unpredictable events, you know, like changing literally one number to like adding a 0.1 to it, and now the entire experience of playing the game is different. So you really got to be careful about that. It is pretty insane. Make pupfish the most expensive fish again. Yeah. I do want to make them probably a lot more expensive for legendary fish, so we'll be looking into that. Also, I do want to make some kind of like upgrade or leveling system for fish from earlier regions, right? I want it to be where like the fish that you've caught in the pond are somewhat relevant, even when you're like in the jungle. It is kind of a problem with late game right now where the earlier fish just kind of become completely useless. So we're going to try and figure out how we can fix something like that for sure. Then other things to add, daytime. Yeah, I've been thinking about like a day-night cycle. Could be kind of cool once we have more fish and stuff. Yeah, challenges and achievements. Definitely want to do achievements. Yeah, it's the exact thing I was thinking here. Like if you complete an achievement, then it unlocks new stuff like cosmetics and decorations. Especially if the earlier fish are really rare. Yeah, that's true. More decorations and region-themed backgrounds. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, bait and lures. I want to do that. Oh yeah, customers could spawn with shirts and hats. I've thought about doing that. I think it would be really cool. Eventually, we're going to be diving into like more cosmetics for your character, like hats and different like facial things that you can equip. And I think once we get into all that would be really cool to see your customers show up with like hats and stuff from your shop. Yeah, I love to see some sharks. I definitely want to do sharks. Yeah, coral reefs. That's going to be the next zone, so that'd be cool. One thing that might be fun is to switch currencies per language. Yeah, it's tricky because a lot of that stuff I have just kind of like hard written into the game everywhere, so it would be a lot of work to go through and have to replace all those. So maybe one day. But also the problem too is like the particles and stuff like that are all like sprites that I'd have to redraw for every single language, which is a lot of sprites. So yeah, I don't know about that. It's gonna be hard to say. It is cool, but I imagine it's sort of a minor thing right now. For now, we'll probably just keep everything with the $sign, unless for now, and then maybe later on I'll go through and like add options to change that. But yeah, it's kind of a lot of work. Plans to add content updates post-4 release? Yeah, we'll definitely do some post-launch content updates, I think. That's going to be kind of the period where we really get to focus on like big content stuff, because I need to spend a lot of time like balancing and bug fixing and doing all that stuff for like the demo, because that's extremely important, is that the demo is like a smooth experience for everybody. But after we launch, now there's like no more tethers or expectations, you know, with the game anymore. So it's a chance to like really go crazy with content stuff and be like, all right, guys, new aquarium available, you know, just like do some crazy massive things that I can spend a lot of time on. So yeah, that'll definitely be fun. And we'll keep adding in new regions and stuff like that. Mermaids? Maybe. You never know. Yeah, I'll go ahead and reply to this with the things that I said. That's my own message. Yeah. A lot of that stuff is already planned out for future content updates. Be working on a whole bunch of new things. Demo is out. Yeah. Mermaid as a description or a decoration would be cool. Yeah. No, we could definitely do that. Mythology region, the most crazy. Yeah. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, like after, if we have that in like a separate area, I do want to do maybe as a post-launch update or something, is do like a massive new expansion to your aquarium. Do like, instead of it just being the same aquarium, you actually travel to a different location through like a teleporter or something, and then you're in a different aquarium that has a bunch of new zones you can travel to. I've been thinking about that, because it's kind of, we talked about this before, where like, I don't want to devalue all the fish that live on Earth, because I worry if I add in some crazy like volcano magma fish, it's going to make the Earth fish seem kind of lame in comparison. But I think if we did like just a whole new like zone that you play in with a new aquarium and new zones and new customers and stuff, that could be kind of a neat little mechanic. The initial dialogue uses the wrong pronoun for thank you in Brazilian Portuguese. Okay. Yeah, that's something that the translators will have to adjust then. Where I said in Portuguese Brazil. It's the initial, like, when you welcome or something like that. Not welcome back, but it's not that one. What is it? Hey there, kiddo. That's what he says. This one. Is this the one you're talking about? Oh, European Portuguese. Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got the two variants, both for Brazilian and European. I wonder if there's like fallbacks on this stuff. Hola, Muto. I won't be able to pronounce that. All right, so what are the other things that we want to address? Honestly, I think the biggest thing that I've seen, especially with the itch demo, that people are kind of negative about is for some reason some people have a lot of problems with the mini games. It doesn't seem like something that would be problematic, but apparently it is. So, some people though playing the demo, they're like, I can't figure out the mini games. So there was one in here. Super frustrating having the mini games for the first time and having no clue how to complete them. So I kind of want to do like a little pop-up tutorial whenever you get a mini game for the first time that just sort of explains it and what you're supposed to do. And it's something that we could make it a toggleable option in the settings, but yeah. Why did auto go to European Portuguese instead of Brazilian? I don't know. I guess just because that's like the plain Portuguese maybe, so it just picks that one first or something. I'm not really sure. But yeah, we need to work on that then. And then there'll be more things for you guys to translate, so. But it doesn't have to be anything super crazy. I think just like a text description of the minigame would probably be good enough. Just so that there's a little more information for people, you know. Because yeah, I guess it's needed. So we can go through each of these mini games. I think it's about time that I actually make a mini games table. So, because now I need more information with each of them, I think. I mean that, or I just have it inside of the thing. It should be fine. For now, we'll just do that. So like this mini game, we'll just have a little pop-up panel. I think it's got all the information in here right now. No, it doesn't. So there's nowhere where I have that info, actually. Interesting. Yeah, we might have to do that. Why does it keep saying FD is null? I don't know why. I still have no idea what this means. Font get assent. I just couldn't get the assent on a language. I guess that's why that happens. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. Alexa, fan on. All right. So, how will we do this? I want it to be like just a standard menu. Get this hair away from me. So let's go into the minigame code, and I'm just going to create that panel at the beginning. And we sort of do the same thing anyways when we do the countdown timer here. So I think what we're going to do is like show people the minigame, and then as soon as they click ready, then it goes. So we have the minigame pop up here, and this is the one that says like get ready and fish caught and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new one now. That's going to be called var tutorial. You know, preload, instantiate, child tutorial. And then we need to go make a new scene. So let's go duplicate minigame pop-up and call it minigame tutorial. What if we pretend the tutorial is Grandpa teaching us? We could. I mean, we could put a little image of Grandpa to the side or whatever, so it looks like it's him talking to you. So that's an option. Oops. All right. So we got that. Now, inside of here, we're just going to go ahead and set this to, yeah, top left. For all this stuff, the container sizing, just set this to be fill, don't expand. Let's just do shrink, begin, and end. Then now we can change the text and stuff inside of here. So literally this just has a reference to a label, so it should be good there. All right, so let's go try this out just for fun. We will need to modify this though. In minigame tutorial, we need to add a button. So let's create a VBox. It's gonna have the label inside and then an animated button that just says okay. And then we gotta change this code. Minigame tutorial. Rename this to minigame tutorial. Throw this in. Now this one's going to be different reference, that guy. And then OK is going to have a reference. So let's just say function ready. We connect the animated button, dot pressed, dot connect to dismiss. Or let's just do this, function dismissed dot emit. Let's give this a class name. Minigame tutorial. And then there's going to have a signal called dismissed. So that signal we can use up inside of our other thing. Is that one an error? Oh, I have to do that. So that should be all we really need there. Then we'll just fill out the information, the text inside of here. So let's just make this empty by default. Okay. The get ready before minigame in Portuguese has the square font thing missing. Yeah, that was a bug specifically for web. I fixed that now. Turns out that those periods like that is actually its own glyph. I thought it was just like 3 periods, but it's actually like there is a character that is 3 periods. So I went ahead and I just drew it really quick, and now we're good to go. I realized there's another section inside of Unicode called like basic grammar or whatever, so I filled all that out. We should be good to go now. Yeah, there's more than a monologue at the beginning. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe the first time you have infinite tries too. Yeah, I'm thinking about something like that, and like also disabling the timer and things like that, just to make it like a slightly easier version. So let's see, Junkbox. Sorry, I'm hit the hay. Good night, everyone. Good luck with the demo work. Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much for coming in. Okay, so we're just gonna load this in. And then now for the position of where this is gonna be, it's kind of hard to say. Because all these minigames are ever so slightly different, so it's like, you know, where do you actually end up putting it? I think all of these are contained inside of a panel container, so I could just say push it to the position, add it to... but the thing is with the panel container, I think if I add it in here, it's gonna like... Well, maybe not. Let's try it out. So I'm gonna say add child tutorial. And then we're going to say tutorial.position is equal to size.x. We're going to see if that works. Now, instead of immediately starting all of the stuff, right, I want to like make it a wait. So does this immediately call start? Like, where does this, how does this happen here? Close, finished. So it's whenever it first like opens up. Or I guess start is where everything begins. So yeah, it says create the time label stuff and make it all pop up, and right here it does all this stuff. Okay. So what we'll do then We do all that stuff. Otherwise, we say active begin. So before we do any of that, right here, I'm going to say await. And then let's get a reference to our minigame tutorial. Type minigame tutorial. Then say over here that minigame tutorial is this. Then add it, do all that, and then down here now I can say, what is this? Oh, position.x is size.x. Then this guy, await minigame tutorial dot dismissed. So it won't start the minigame until you've actually pressed OK. Cool. Let's go try it out. I don't know what's going to happen here. It's probably not going to have any text in there right now, but we'll fill that out with whatever text we want. Is Godot add-ons popular? And yeah, do you use any? I don't use any add-ons personally. The only add-on that I use is Godot Steam, though that is sort of a custom build of the engine, so it's not really an add-on per se. But yeah, Godot Steam is great for being able to you know, make the game communicate with the Steam API. So I recommend this for sure. Godot Steam is very nice. Yeah, I don't really use any plugins at all. The reason I don't use plugins is because then I have to rely on those plugin developers to update their plugins whenever I want to update Godot. And for some people that's fine because they're of the mindset of like, all right, build the game for 3.5 and never update ever, you know, and they're permanently in version 3.5 of Godot, right? Yeah, so it shows it there. We're gonna have to adjust that position. But this should be good. It'll just give a little like info panel somewhere in here. I want it to be kind of over off to the right, I think. But it didn't seem to actually change the position on that. It might be because everything inside of here is set to like actual not positions, but it's going to be using anchors. I think that's what's going on here. So yeah, I'm going to have to add a new node, I think, in all of these. That's going to be like, you know, tutorial anchor. Which is fine. Now let's make this see, shrink end, so put it over there in the corner. Yeah, that should work. But yeah, that's the reason I don't use them, is because then it means I have to wait on all of the developers to do it. And it's just, I don't like having to rely on stuff like that, you know? Some people, plugins are great, especially for new developers and stuff where they just don't know how to do things, and that's fine. But I think for me, it's kind of like more of a detriment most of the time. I want the freedom of being able to just make whatever I want and update whenever I want. And like Godot Steam is one of those things where it updates practically instantly as soon as there's a new version of Godot. So it's like maybe a 1-day delay. So that to me is not a big deal. But yeah, you just can't assume that these plugins are going to always stay up to date, right? So that's sort of the reason. Plus, Godot Steam is such a popular thing. You know, there's so many massive games that use it. Stuff like Dome Keeper that have big money. If there were any ever like problems with the development of it, I'm sure they would, like, people would take control and keep updating it. You know, because I think it is open source as far as I know. All right, so let's go ahead and get this node now. I'm going to say add on ready var tutorial anchor. Let's type control. It's equal to get node. All right, let's just say tutorial anchor. Then now, instead of adding this to there, I want to add it to the tutorial anchor. Add child. Let's give this a try now. Ball. Okay. So hopefully this should be somewhat positioned on the side. It's not going to be perfect right now, but... Oops. Now, I don't even see it here, which is interesting. Probably because I said position is size X like that, and now it's gone. That's pretty weird that it didn't even pop up. Huh. Okay. Let's try this again. Ooh. Oh. I'd suck if I touched it with my camera. It'd get a little dirty. There we go. So now it just shows that little panel over there, which looks okay. And then we can fill it with text or whatever and do it. So yeah. Hopefully that'll be obvious to people, you know, of like saying, hey, pay attention to this menu over here. And I might even like make it like expand, you know, or something, or like glow, just so it's more obvious that I'm like saying, hey, pay attention to this over here. So yeah, if you click OK, seems like it doesn't actually do anything right now, which is interesting. It might be because I have the wrong reference or something. So why is this? So I get the animated button and I say pressed. Connected to dismissed. Oh, am I just not connecting it or something? It should be. So I create it in here. Then over in start, what I'm doing is I'm saying await minigame tutorial.dismissed. Right? Should be working. Let's go ahead and try it again. That's why you test. Oh, yeah, I never assumed that it was going to work out of the box. It's always a good idea to test everything, even if you think it might work. So it said that, and then I click it. And it does say minigame started, but... Oh. And then it says that the tween couldn't be created for some reason. Oh, because I'm adding it over here, and then... I see what's happening. So here I want to go ahead and just recreate the tween, I think. So I want to say if tween, right? Tween.kill, and then create a new tween. I think that's what's going on here. So let's go ahead and try that. Oh. What if they missed the tutorial for the first time? Yeah, we got to think about how to do that. I think I might have a button inside of the options that's like reset minigame tutorials, just in case you need a refresher on all of them. Otherwise, they'll probably not show up again after you've done it for the first time. All right, so now that pops up, you click OK, and then it starts. And then we're going to make it so that little panel goes away. So yeah, that should be good now. Just to have it on the little menu. I guess you can't create a tween and then modify the tween after the frame of when the tween was created. So that's why we have to kill the other tween and then redo it here. So that makes sense. Could smell the good code from here. I mean, it works, it works. The main character has soulless eyes. Yeah, that's fair. Does the bar feel quicker if you hold, click, and spacebar at the same time? I don't think so. The way I have it set up is it just checks for either of those inputs. So it doesn't really think that you're pressing 2 keys at the same time. So if you're holding like left click and spacebar, it's not going to really do anything, I don't think. Image of you and you're about to have is yeah, freaking me out. That's the one of me. I'm like the ultra buff, right? Go look at that. How do I get to my about? I think it's over here. I think it's over here. Oh, it's this one. I don't even have glasses anymore. Yeah. Oh, that brings us to the website. Can I open the image in a new tab? It's stupid. Whatever. Sold our soul for fish, yeah. Alright, so let's go back into our little tutorial pop-up. Well, we'll just go into the minigame code, and then in here we can say... We'll have to create some kind of like table or something so we know the information in here. Yeah, actually, I guess what we want to do in here now is whenever we call start, since these are persistent, we can just say... right, as long as the minigame tutorial is visible. Oh boy. Actually, that's not a great way to do it, though. Yeah, we need to add in, like, IDs for these minigames. I think I'm just going to be shooting myself in the foot if I don't do this right now, so... Let's go create a table, shall we? Let's just copy the... which one do I feel like copying? Upgrades table. Why not? We can call this the minigames table. I love tables, Charlie! Minigames table. This is the worst impression I've ever done. Alright. Replace all of this. It's all going away. So now, li, minigame, and we can give all these IDs. And then we can also dynamically load them all in too, which will be good. So dbd, that's what we'll call this guy. We don't need a sprite. We don't really need a name either. It's kind of not needed. And now we're going to have this called tutorial. We don't have cost or anything, but we will have a scene so that we know which tutorial is what. Like that. And we can actually just preload these in here. We might as well. And then the tutorial, this is going to be the text that it prints out. So we're just going to say, you know, press the button whenever the white line is in the blue region. And that's just a test. I'm going to go back and change it. It's pretty terrible. But... And then the order of these don't matter at all. Just going to call that minigame FE. Minigame OT. And minigame WB. So web phishing, mash, your input. I'm probably gonna like replace that with our input tag, right? So mash input until whatever. Read bar. Oops, I need to say actually like it's hold input till you hit the bar, then mash. And then OT, this is the press input whenever the hook crosses over the fish icon or something, you know. These are just temporary placeholders. Then FE, that's the one that's like Stardew Valley. Press and hold input to keep your bobber inside of the green fish region. And I think that's all of them, right? That one, that one, that one, that one. And then all these are gonna have their scenes, so Why did I call this WB? Call it that. OT is going to be that one. FE is FE minigame. All right, so then we're going to change the way that we like load in all those minigames and stuff too. I might even make it so these dynamically load in only when you actually need them, which would make the loading of this stuff probably a little easier. We'll see. Let's snooze that ad. Okay. So back into the fishing region. Also on all these now on minigames, we need to assign an ID. So say extends minigame, and up here I want to say export var ID. Right, is a string, and it'll be equal to li minigame, and we'll fill it out with everything. Alrighty. I don't know if we need to set it in there. I guess we could dynamically set it too. It's a possibility. Why did all these get their stuff reset? Pivot? What does pivot do? Oh, that's just a artifact of something I don't have anymore, isn't it? In time limit label, I don't know why that one's not there. Oh, this one doesn't have a time limit. Right. Okay, let's get rid of pivot. There's no reason to have that there anymore. Okay, that one. Then we need minigame FE. Minigame OT. And minigame WF. Hey, Kankles, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing this fine evening? Let's go get our tables. We gotta load them in right here. I think I called it minigames table? Or was it just minigame table? Minigames table. Table.tres. Then go up to the top. Duplicate. Minigames table. Okay. That should be everything then there. Now we should be able to access that. Is there a reason you always say 5 times? Just, I guess it's just a habit now that I've started doing, is I just save constantly. I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe I had some kind of a horrific incident where I lost data or something that I've forgotten. Yeah, it's just habit now. I probably don't really need to, but it doesn't hurt anything. It's fine. Tilda mentioned, yes! We finally used it. Let's go, guys. Thank you for the posture check. Oh. And for the hydrate. Filled up my water. And for the... Oh my goodness. Wrist check now is the ball. We will squeeze the ball instead of the hand thing, because I think the ball is better. Gotta lock in, I know. Graduate from uni tomorrow. Let's freaking go. Congrats on that. Yeah, my brother's also graduating. That's pretty awesome. What degree? I'm assuming computer science. Is wrist check new? Yeah, it's somewhat new. I got these little like strength training balls or whatever for my hands, so because my hand was really hurting. It's been a lot better recently, which has been good, but yeah. This is not doing anything. Throwing it back and forth is just for fun. But yeah, anyways. That's practice everyone should follow, yeah. Man, I accidentally breathed in soap last night when I was taking a shower. Now my lungs are irritated. I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Like, if you breathe in soap, what? I shouldn't breathe in water to clear out the soap, right? That seems like a bad idea. So. Information systems and technology with a concentration in cybersecurity. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, that's very cool. Congrats on that. It's very epic. It's so nice to be done with school. Ugh, I will say. How did I do that? I was like washing my face with soap and then I accidentally breathed in like a big bubble. I didn't like realize I was breathing in the soap until it was too late. So yeah, it's kind of an epic fail. But it's okay. We're fine. All right, so I'm going to load some stuff so far. Tutorial data is equal to global tutorial table. Did I not save? I think I did. Save that again. Oh. Minigames table. So get ID. Then I want to say, we add all that stuff and then say minigame tutorial.label text is equal to tutorial data dot tutorial. And hopefully that will now set our text inside of there. So let's go check this out. So we got ads going on. My apologies. Got jet lag and I can't sleep, so I've been working on this animatic. Oh, let's go. Well, not good that you can't sleep, but cool they were working on stuff. Hey, Nick Jack, welcome in. How's it going? How have you been doing? Let's go test this out. So that text is enormous for some reason. I don't know why. Let's go fix that. And I think I have it set right now where it's not like wrapping and doing all the normal stuff. Set that to auto wrap. Fit content. Actually, let's see. I don't want it to fit content, right? Or no, I do want it to fit content. And then theme overrides, font sizes, get rid of that. We just want to do the default font size. Let's try that again. Like the music? Yeah, it's epic. It's very cool. I don't know about you, but in Unity you were taught to save after every change. Yeah. It wasn't specifically in university. Honestly, I don't know. It's like I have like a tick where I just have to constantly tap Control S. It just makes me feel better when I know that when my stuff has been saved. So. Wait. Go. Yes, now it has this little pop-up menu. We definitely have to like format this better because, you know, it's not. It looks like it's like the minigame is active right now, so it's easy to like gloss over this. So we need to somehow highlight it better, I think. But it's okay for now. Because I was in a slippery situation. Yeah, tasty soap TM. It was not tasty at all. It was a bad time. I immediately started coughing a bunch, and I was just like, oh god, what have I done? But I don't know why my like lungs are always fricked up. I wonder if I have like a lung condition or something. Why are they always irritated, and why am I always coughing? I don't know. No idea, guys. Let's also set this to visible when I dismiss it. Or invisible, I mean. Maybe you adopted it before Godot when you needed to see your changes because Godot is hot loading. Yeah, that's probably what it is like, I probably got into the habit of it just because I want to hot load in new code and I have to hit Control S to actually see it update. That, to me, makes sense, yeah. That's probably what it is. I mean, I've been control S-ing guys for my whole life. Ever since I was a wee lad, you know, I've been control S-ing. Ever since I was probably like 4 years old, literally, when I had a computer, so. But yeah. But specifically with Godot, I do it a lot. Alright, so then we press OK over here. And it's broken. Don't know why. It didn't throw any errors. Let's figure it out. Ball. What's wrong with me, guys? Okay, let's go. Minigame OT. So I click OK. And then now it's fine. Interesting. I kind of am a little bit worried about a waiting right here, if I'm being real. I might actually take this second half of the code and, like, change it. Because I just don't like this fact that, like, I'm relying on weird signal timing. So I think instead what I'm going to do is just connect the signal up here, where I'm going to go ahead and say minigame tutorial.dismissed, right, .connect to begin countdown. I just feel like that's a little more stable. And then I can move all this stuff into there. And then I'll say, like, if, you know, true, and then I'll just say replace with tutorial check later, right? That's when I do it. Otherwise, I want to go ahead and just immediately say begin countdown. That's all I need to do here. So yeah, I'm just going to create a new tween over here then, instead of doing all this. Like so. Let's go try this out. Can we see that? This ball. Yeah. Have a bunch of big balloons, or like one big hot air balloon. Oh, you're talking about, oh, I think you're talking about the ball. Oh my god. Okay. I'm playing aeronautics with my friends, and I've built a functional up house. Yeah, that's epic. I've been wanting so much to build one of those. That's like one of my big projects I want to do. It's so epic. Yeah, I do. I definitely want to build one of those. One big mini balloons got annoying with the ropes. That's totally fair. Yeah. And picking the Discord. Yeah, definitely do it. Yeah, not the ball. My brain is so fried, guys. Why would you guys want to see the ball? All right. Now we can just click OK, and it'll be more reliable. And then it says get ready. And then blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think this will work. And then I want to like make it a little more cool. Because right now it's a little boring. It just kind of pops up, and I think it's maybe a little confusing for the player, where it's like it looks like it's you know, not super obvious that it's there. So I'm going to create a line 2D, and this is just going to be one little thing that we're going to do to make it better. Then I want to add a control node here. This is going to sit in the center. I'm going to call this a line anchor. All right. And then now I want to say, how do I want to do this? I need to get the center of the main node. I think inside a minigame, I'm going to go ahead and get a reference to var minigame, right? Let's type in minigame. And then I want to say that dot points is equal to an array, which has vector 2.0. And then also minigame dot, that's actually going to be a local position, so I have to say to local of the line 2D. Let's just do this. Points dot push back. And soap in your brain too, maybe. I don't know. Do you think because it was in your hand that we can see it? It's in your hand, so we wanted to see what was in your hand. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't listen to little old me, okay? All right. I just missed the message about aeronautics. All I saw was, can we see it? And I was like, oh yeah, it must be the ball. Probably sleep deprived. Yeah, when am I not sleep deprived, honestly? All right, so this now I want to say to local. Oops. We're going to be converting the local position of our minigame. So this, I think we can just say minigame dot global position and then plus minigame dot size divided by 2 to get the center point. Hopefully that all works. Maybe. And then now we're going to go ahead and do, let's see, what's next here? I need to go actually set this minigame value instead of here. So, moving back into a minigame. Whenever I create this tutorial now, instead of ready, we're going to say, oops, before I run ready, by the way, minigame tutorial dot minigame itself. There we go. Oh! No! My ball went onto the floor. Ah. Oh, that has to be on ready. I've lost my ball, guys. It's okay, I got another one. I've got 3 of them. Not very smart today. Is there... See, the issue with that statement there is it implies there are days when I am smart, so... Let's go ahead and try this now. Alright, so that pops up. It doesn't have a line, so I don't know what's going on with that. It might just be a depth thing. Let's go ahead and up the depth ordering. I don't think it's working. Size divided by 2. Oh, I'm just like not doing it? My bad. There we go. Let me leave. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. I'm still not seeing any line, guys. Let me go ahead and set this to 2 just to make sure. So that should be doing it. It's going to pass these 2 vectors. So a 0 vector, and it's all local coordinates. So you can see, like, if I put, like, a thing in here, you can see, like, it does stuff. Also, line anchor, I thought that was supposed to be in the middle. Oh. Is the position on this funny? It is. Right, so it should look like that, where it's got the line. And then... let's keep trying, I guess. Starground didn't make itself, that's true. Do you also control the power-ups on Twitch? Can you make your own? Yeah, you can do whatever you want for the channel rewards. Actually, unless you're talking about the new thing they added, which I think is called power-ups. Twitch power-ups. What are those? Or I thought those were just the channel point redemptions. Yeah, you can make your own custom power-ups, so... yeah, it's just channel points are power-ups, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, we've got a bunch of custom ones. Just spent 2 hours on the animated frame already? Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, animation takes so long. It's insane. Oh, well, it's doing something. So it's only like a little tiny guy. Now, why is it so funny? Oh, no, it's because I'm stupid, and it's because I put in points in there, and those need to go away. Starting to think I should just say points is equal to this. And then I say push back that point. Or I just get this point and put it inside of there. Say target point is equal to that. And then just say point. You give that a try. Music. The song name is crazy. Chicken Factory? Oh yeah, the last one. I think that's a song that Atagon did for like a jam or something. There's a couple like those. And just some other beats I had laying around my disc. Let's go. I'll listen to those later. MOT. Okay, that's not the correct position at all, so I don't know what the freak it's doing. So it's saying that to local. Yeah. Minigame global position, right? Which is the center of the minigame. And then it's just broken. I'm saying plus size divided by 2, which should be good for a position-based thing. Why would that be so messed up? It seems like the vertical height is correct, but like the horizontal is not. For some reason. Which doesn't make any sense. So when I add this, I'm adding self. Get out of here, bug. Because I'm pretty sure this is centered in the top left, right? I'm gonna double check on this. And that's the origin point, right? So why is it doing this? I don't know. It's a little strange. Damn, it's become my beat cloud storage. Yeah. Oh, I feel it. This one's also broken. And the vertical position is even more broken. Okay. I really thought this is how we were supposed to do this, but maybe I'm a stupid little guy and I don't know what I'm doing. So I thought we would say get the global position of that node and then convert it into a local position, right? Because these are all like based off of local coordinates. Because if you have two nodes in here, and you set this one to minus 40 or whatever, that's 40 pixels out from the origin point, which is 0. So then you would call toLocal on it to convert it into a local coordinate. So we say that plus that. What if I just remove the size stuff for now? Because it should just go in the top left corner of the minigame. I don't know. Huh. We try it again. And now it's invisible. Don't make no gosh darn sense. Let's try not doing global anymore. Nope. Does not work. What if we just did this? Minigame.global position. What if we did that? Well, that's not right. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. Why would it be so off? Right? I want to say line 2D, not toLocal. Unless what I want to do is not the line 2D, because maybe like it's weird since I'm doing a control node or canvas to 2D coordinate conversion. Maybe I just want to do the line anchor. Maybe that would be more reliable. And that just breaks because there's no such thing as too local inside of a control node. Okay. Then let's just do this. The current position of our line anchor, right, minus the position of our global position. That essentially should return a local position. I feel like a bacteria in your chat is moist room temperature sponge. That's crazy. Well, I'm glad it's glad you're feeling at home. What in tarnation? So that doesn't work at all. So we get our current position. That one's like a minus 1,000 or something, and we're at 2,000. What's that? So the top left is 0. So if this is at, like, let's say that's 100 horizontal, this is 200. So we say current position 200 minus 100, which should get the position for this locally. It's 100 pixels to the left, right? Am I crazy? Like, what am I doing wrong? It's not a depth thing. Because we would be seeing it if it was a depth thing. Right? Is there another function I have to do to add a point to this properly or something? I feel like I'm going crazy. Let's do add point instead of this. Line.add point. Vector 2.0. Line.add point. Target point. Crazy? That was crazy ones. Locked in a room. Rats. Maybe go crazy. Crazy? That was crazy ones. Locked in a room. No rats. The rats made me go crazy. And stop. So that doesn't work either. And the line is just nowhere to be seen. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going on. Let's print out these positions, because maybe it's getting 0 somehow. The sunny icon, which is a sun having shading, is funny. Don't worry about it. Shh, it's fine. It's okay. Not everything has to be realistic. I'm gonna go ahead and print out what my target point is, I guess, because I don't understand what's happening. Did that just show 0? Did that literally show 0? I don't know why. Is it because I have to? It's probably something stupid. Like I probably have to say get tree.process or physics frame and like wait for the UI to position itself. You know, that's probably what it is. It's always something stupid like that, you know? Didn't seem like that's what it was. No, because it's going to be positioned by the time ready gets called. What? I don't get it. It's saying that the line anchor position is the same as our minigame position. That's not true. It's not possible. Right? And I'm getting global position on this. Yeah, we're just going to print out each one individually. So we're going to print global position of our line anchor. Then we're going to print global position of our minigame. And I want to see what this shows. I'm going to lose the ball again if I press my luck. Let's give it another try. How are they the same position? Doesn't make any sense. It's not true. It's not true. The position of this is going to be here. And the position of the minigame node, this guy, should be here. But it's showing that it's the same value. And it doesn't make sense. Right? It's showing that it's 368, 290 for both nodes. But they're not even the same node. I don't understand. What's going on? How could it be in the same position? I don't get it. So line anchor, our control node here, it's gonna be in a different position. It's gonna be here. And then minigame. I'm passing in minigame here. So I say minigame is equal to self, and this is inside of the minigame class, right? I add it as a child, I do all the stuff. So we can print out what these things are. I can print what minigame is, and it should show that it's like a type of minigame. This is quite puzzling. Do I just have to wait longer? Does it have to be visible before it actually arranges its position or something? It's still showing 2, but it shows the minigames. It shows the minigames, guys. It shows Oregon Trail minigame, and it does all this stuff, but somehow it's not positioning. I've gone crazy. I don't understand anymore. Why? I don't know what code would be causing this. It's like, it's got to be like a weird timing thing with the instantiation of this node, maybe. Maybe it's like, you'd think I could just like await a couple frames or something in here, right? And then that would fix it. Like maybe we need to wait longer? I'll wait a couple frames. Your boxes disappeared. What boxes? So that's like, it's not that. Does it have to be visible for it to arrange itself or something? And that's why I can't do this. Oh, the initial decorations? They disappeared. That really shouldn't be possible unless you like ascend it or something. It's odd if that is what's actually happening. Alright. I am tired of it, so we're going to print out what minigame global position is in here. And then we're also going to print out whatever line anchor global position is in here too. You didn't ascend. I don't know how that would happen then. Unless it failed to, like, load your user data. But it would have probably not loaded anything if it failed to load one of those. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Oh, that is what's happening. So it doesn't actually update the position of this node until this UI is actually visible. It's a little frustrating. But, oh well, it is what it is. We're just going to have to change where we run this code. So we're going to have a new function update line. And now we can change all this stuff around. I guess those nodes technically just stay in the parent's original position until it's actually visible, so that's what's going on here. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then whenever this pop-up gets displayed, that's when we can do it. So back into the minigame code. We add it as a child. And then right here, I guess, is where I want it to happen. No, it's going to be over in start. So whenever this becomes visible, right in here is where I want to do it, I think. Then we can say minigame tutorial dot update line. Might have to wait until the tween is over for this to happen. I don't really know, but let's see. We're out for some time. Like, did you have the game fully closed? I think it's because I have to wait for the UI to actually be... You didn't even have the game closed. That's extremely strange then. I don't know how that would happen. There must have been like something that happened on your computer. it wouldn't just spontaneously disappear like that. You were just like, you just had it open inside of your aquarium? How on earth would that happen? I can't imagine a scenario that would cause that. I have no idea. That's really weird. There's nothing that's time-based that would cause anything to happen. Oh, you went to fish. Okay, well, that's different. So you went out to fish and the decorations were just gone? Did you make any modifications to your starting decorations before that happened? Or was it like literally just the exact same as the initial layout of your decorations that you had? Let's see here. So I can't call update line there. I'm gonna have to call update line, I guess, like after a time has passed. So I'll call that stuff, but then I want to say await process or physics frame, and then call minigame update line. A little weird to have to do it that way, but it'll be fine. See if it works. Whoa. Well, it did actually update something, so that's a good start. The line anchor minus minigame global position. But now hopefully what I can say is this, where instead of doing all this stuff, yeah, we say target is equal to that, and we say line 2d.toLocal. Let's give that a try. Finally, guys, it's actually going to where I expected it to go. Okay. So now we can say plus minigame.size divided by 2. And this ideally will work. Let's see. No. We tried, but it did not work. So why is it pushing it over there now? So it works when we just get the position to local, but then when we add on size divided by 2, it seems to break everything. I don't know why, because it should just be just the size divided by 2. Unless it's like a weird like scaling thing. Maybe the size starts off not being that large. Oh, well, that's fine. Okay, I think it was an order of operations thing somehow, which doesn't make any sense. But I added in the parentheses and it's okay now, so it's a little weird. You think that would not change anything? Oh. Because it didn't do the division first, it did addition first. I don't know how that happens. That's a little scary. But whatever. Okay, let's modify this guy now. So I want this to be kind of like an arrow pointing up. And literally we could actually fill this with a texture arrow, which is another possibility, right? I don't know what it would actually look like, but we can mess around and find out. Rid of the width curve. Texture mode would be tile. Oh, I have to go in like material or something, or it's in one of these texture and say repeat enabled. And now it does that. So we could mess around with potential things like that. Doing like a texture that repeats and points to stuff. But it's a little weird, so we'll probably get rid of that. We'll do a width curve. So it does like a point. Here, I need to see what this node actually looks like. Let's do it. Okay, so we need to do the inverse. Like that. Then for depth ordering, I want this to be actually below the parent, right? So we do that, and then visibility, show behind parent. And that doesn't work, but I think I can do the same on this one, show behind parent, and then there we go. Yeah, we got the Earthbound or Homebound, whatever the game is called. Is it Homebound or Earthbound? I think it's Earthbound. No, I was wrong. Homebound. No. What? Am I insane? No, it is Earthbound. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why it showed up with the different stuff. Yeah, Sanctuary Guardian. I haven't played Earthbound, I'm not gonna lie, I'm sort of a fake gamer. But one day I'd like to. Alright, let's fill this with the gradient. That'll go transparent. Maybe, like, move it up a little bit. Oh, right, it doesn't work on this because it's, like, funny. That's fine. Then capping. The end cap, it doesn't actually matter here, but I'll do round there just in case it is a little bit funny. We could skew it. That's actually really funny that we could skew. It's a terrible idea. Alright, hopefully this will look somewhat okay. Let's go try it out. And it's broken again. Yay, yay! Why is it broken? Let's create a longer physics frame here, just in case it doesn't have time to fully update or something. Or mother? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, me neither. I think it's pretty old. Yeah, when did that even come out? It's like from the 90s or something. Why does it show this company instead of the game? Yeah, 1994 for the bunch of things. Apparently the 3DS. So I could play it there. I have a 3DS. 3DS was kind of goated, guys, not gonna lie. Okay, so it shows up there now. I don't like how the modulate stuff is. I guess it's fine. I just want a little little connector, so it's like, hey, look over here. You know, there's something important that you need to look at. The story's really tragic. The plot is basically some kids with dead parents doing stuff. Well, that's pretty fricked up. Yeah. Alright. So yeah, I think we're good to go. So that'll connect up into there. It'll show, hey, read this, please. Now, I still want to do more over here. Like, maybe we could possibly make this, like, little thing, like, flash large. Like, just to grab people's attention, be like, pay attention over here, please, you know? So we could say scale is equal to random range, or global dot sign range. From, like, 0.9 to 1.1 over the course of time. I get ticks, milliseconds. But yeah. Let's see. Well, barbecue, welcome in. Where'd I get my assets from? They're all right in here. I draw all the art, so I don't use any pre-made assets. You're currently using Pixel Lab. I haven't heard of that one. I never really use any assets. I have no idea where to even get. Oh, this is like AI generation stuff. I think actually there is one source I've seen around is Open Game Art. Is good for 2D stuff specifically. There's a lot of assets on here. God, why am I zoomed in? Yeah, you can sort by just like CC0 stuff. And I don't know. I've never really used this site, but I know that there is art here. So yeah, you can just sort by 2D art and like search for CC0, which is going to be the best for licensing. And there's a bunch of stuff on this website. This is just one place. The other place that's probably really good to get assets from is just itch, because there's a bunch of stuff here. So you can just search for pixel art assets or whatever, and there it is. All these different art packs and stuff. And a lot of these are free. I mean, this one costs money, but you can just sort by free in here, I think. These are all the tags. Interesting to see what the top tags are. There's so many games that are tagged no AI now. How do you sort by money? I forget how to do it. Oh, you go into game assets, and I know there's a way to do it. I've never liked the sorting system with itch. It's always been kind of a mess. Like, how am I supposed to sort? Like, I can click view all tags, but it's like I can only do like one thing. Game assets. Like, can I only sort by free? Like, I don't know. But yeah, anyways. Itch is another really good place for assets, though, for sure. There's a billion of them here. And I know there is a way to sort by free. You might just have to look up, like, free pixel art asset packs, and maybe it'll show free ones. But there's a lot of them in here. Why is the sorting option so terrible? What? Oh, you have to go into, like, here, and then go to assets, and then you can sort by all this stuff. Okay. It's kind of weird that you have to do it that way. But then now you can go over here, price free, and then you can search for pixel art specifically. And now here are all of the free asset packs. There's many of them. So yeah, if you need assets, itch is probably a really good source for it. You can also, I imagine, sort by licensing up here too, somewhere down like on the left here. I would probably sort by no AI. Verifying. That's crazy that filtered out like 30,000 asset packs, man. But yeah. Let's see, it's Toby Fox. Of course, those songs are going to be fire. Well, I don't think Earthbound is Toby Fox. That's before Toby Fox's time, but yeah. Thank you. Am I participating in Next Fest? Yes. Yeah, I am. Going to be in the Next Fest starts in June, so that's why we're getting the demo ready to go. Yeah, I think we're on a good track for that. Also, craft picks. What is craft picks? I think I've heard of craft picks before. Yeah. Yeah, this could be another place too, for sure. There's a lot of different websites to find assets, honestly. Itch and Open Game Art are just the two that I know about because I actually use Itch, and I've heard about Open Game Art from other people before, but yeah. Let's see, MC server soon. I want to get the demo out first and kind of like work on that, but I think after that, the 18th, and sometime that week, next week, we can get the mod pack and stuff in motion. So yeah. Yeah, thanks for the tip. Do you have any tips and advice for me in making a 2D roguelike card game? I think the biggest thing I would say is just make sure that you're enjoying yourself. There's no point in like working on something in the hopes that it's going to having your only goal being its success and making a bunch of money, because the truth is, especially if it's your first game, you're probably not going to make any money at all, and it's probably going to be a flop. And that's not a you know, a negative thing or whatever, me saying that it's likely, but it's just because that's just how it goes. And it happens to everybody. My first game was a mess. So the biggest thing I would take away from after you've created your project is really try and think about, like, reflect on your time developing, you know, what went well and what went wrong. And I think that's extremely important, is being able to reflect on the time that you spend on stuff like that. Yeah, make sure that the genre and the project you're working on is enjoyable to work on, because otherwise, I think you just it is a little bit too crazy over here. Otherwise, yeah, you're just kind of wasting your time. It's really hard to stay motivated if you're not enjoying what you're doing. And I think that's always the thing that I see kills projects for people, and especially, like, you know, if you have a bad time making your first game, you're very unlikely to ever make another game. So you want to make sure that first time around is actually a really positive experience. Otherwise, you know, it's going to be a bad time. Where's the anchor stuff? Here it is. We need to set our pivot offset to 0.5. So nice that they added that in. Yeah, I mean, I've got a million things I could chat about. If there's anything specific you want to know, then totally let me know. Let's see, whether they turn out good or bad, I put a lot of value on people making their own assets. Yeah, I always really appreciate when people put the time into that. Like, for me, honestly, even if the assets look quote-unquote worse, I still think it's better to have your own assets because, like, when you're making a game, it's a reflection of you as a person and your experiences and your knowledge and all of that kind of stuff. And I think sometimes, and there's nothing like morally super wrong with using assets, but I feel like if you really put in the time and effort to create your own, I think it shows for your players. And I think people are really easily able to tell that care was put into it, even if it doesn't look super amazing or anything. I think just the effort put into something like that is always really nice. Because there's plenty of games that I've played that I would say, from an objective standpoint, look kind of bad, but it kind of doesn't matter because everything stays cohesive when you make your own assets, and that to me is probably the most important part. But everyone has their own different opinion on that, you know. Yeah. Toby Fox only made a ROM hack for Earthbound. Yeah, he was. I think he's still like a kid when Earthbound came out, so. So you can use AI for code, but you don't have reasons for using for art and music. There's a lot of good stuff if you want something custom or do yourself or pay someone. Yeah, I think AI with art is always kind of a bad idea. I don't use any AI at all, even for coding. But I think generally using it for any kind of like public-facing asset is a terrible idea, in my opinion. Just because it's pretty obvious. You can tell. And the thing is AI hallucinates and it just does things that are odd and don't make any sense, you know? I've seen games where it's like, there's like icons for things and I'm trying to like look at the icon and my brain just doesn't understand what the icon is. Because it's super easy for AI to just mess up and not know what it's doing. Because here's the thing, AI is like 100% confident in everything it does, right? So it's gonna like, it could generate something and be like, I am 100% sure that this is the icon you want, and it's just not even the right thing. It has no like ability to know when it's wrong. And I think that's one of the biggest issues right now. But yeah, I am of the opinion, I think people that spend the time to create their own assets and stuff, that kind of effort should be awarded, you know? I always think it's, to me, it makes for a better gaming experience. So. Yeah, don't take issue with paying someone to make you something, but the drag, drop, and publish games, way too many of those. Yeah, there's a lot of, a lot of asset flips is the word we use for those. You just kind of grab a bunch of random assets and slap them together and ship it without actually spending any time to, you know, to make the game good. So like for you, what went well, enjoyable was multiplayer for StarCraft. Yeah, totally. I totally enjoyed multiplayer a lot. I totally enjoyed doing multiplayer for StarCraft. Not. Yeah, multiplayer. I mean, I'm glad that I did it just to learn, but definitely it's one of those things that if I were to do multiplayer again, I would completely change sort of the way I do it. And I would I would make a different kind of game, you know? I wouldn't make a crazy automation dungeon crawler or everything sandbox game. It's just way too much work. I would absolutely like do something a lot more simple. Something with a static map is like one of the big things I would want to do. I wouldn't want anything to like change. Yeah, there's just so many different things I would do differently. But that's fine, you know, it's a learning experience. And now, like, I know that stuff, so I'm not going to make that mistake again. And that's the whole point, I think, of making games, and especially game jams is always a really good idea. Because it's a way for you to learn issues really quickly without having to go through the trouble of an entire Steam launch. So, but yeah. So, hey, welcome in. Took releases ROM hack in the 2010s. Oh yeah, that was much later on. Doom clone and just send inputs. You're saying for multiplayer? I mean, it helps, but it's still a nightmare to do multiplayer regardless, I think. It just depends on the kind of game you're making, right? The thing that really kills it with Starground, or like why it's so incredibly frustrating sometimes, is the like the world synchronization. I have to synchronize all the positions of my objects and their inventories and all that kind of stuff, and it's just a nightmare. Some multiplayer possibility in the future for Deadlift is a no. I would probably say no for now. It's never like a 100% no. Like there's always the possibility, but I would only do it if it's like the most demanded thing ever, or if I make a lot of money. That's the other thing. If Deadlift like makes a bunch of money for me and it's enough to like sustain me spending the time on multiplayer, then to me it's worth it. But otherwise, I probably won't. I've not looked into it much, but did you use Godot's high-level API for networking, or I use the high-level multiplayer code, and like it does work well. It's just the thing is the game that I was creating was way too grand for using high-level APIs. You know, that's really the truth of it. I'm not necessarily scared by multiplayer, but I think it's just it's a good lesson in being careful with how you pair different features of your project, right? Like, let's say I made Starground and it was just a dungeon crawler. Multiplayer wouldn't have been nearly as bad, right? It would have been fine. But I think the problem is that it's also an automation game, and it's got complicated inventory systems, and it's all of that at the same time, you know? And then it's got like fishing mechanics and then just synchronizing all of the buildings that are processing in the background is a nightmare. You have literally thousands of buildings that need to be synchronizing data. And here's another thing. It being an automation game means you run into like limits a lot, right? So I'd hit like the cap for how big like a packet could be, and then I have to rebuild a whole system of the game, and it just happens constantly, and it's just such a nightmare. Ugh. Follow a tutorial how to do low-level API networking with Unity like a decade ago. In the client, it was like the world was shifted a little bit. Objects would bounce for seemingly no reason. That's odd. Yeah. I wonder why they would bounce around. Yeah, honestly, like using I do recommend the high-level multiplayer stuff for Godot. I think it is really good. You just have to, you know, be a little careful about it. Just don't make a sandbox game and do all of the stuff at the same time. It'll probably be okay. Okay, so I'm trying to think how this menu is going to work, because, like, I mean, this is okay, but I think the problem is, like, okay, if I just open the minigame, I'm, like, looking around, I'm going to, like, see this. This is the thing that I see first. I'm like, oh, why is it not working? Rah! Minigame don't work. And then that's going to be my first reaction as a player, right? So I need some way to like really grab the player's attention, I think. I need to like have the little pop-up menu, I think, start in the center of the UI. So it shows it and then it moves over to the right. Just so it kind of like grabs your attention and you realize that this menu exists. Because the first thing you're going to look at is the center of the screen. And I want to make sure that it's obvious that this is the thing you're supposed to focus on first to click OK. You know? Yeah. Minigame don't work. Me angry. I think it's good sometimes to think like a caveman when you're designing stuff like this. And just think in the most absolute, like, simple terms possible. Because it really does help, actually. So. No, I mean, people aren't that stupid, obviously. But, like, you know, it's good to assume the most, like, gut initial reaction first. And just assume people might accidentally miss stuff. Right? See, and mass editing from Woodlate, yeah. Don't remind me. Oof. Hammerhead shark shaped like an arrow pointing at where their attention needs to focus. Yeah, honestly, something like that could also work. Just have like a little arrow bouncing up and down, pointing to it, you know? Wouldn't be a terrible idea. So something I also need to figure out here is what's going to happen on controller, because I need to add like another prompt to this so it, you know, I can hide this menu without having to navigate my controller over to this section. So I might also like make this whole thing kind of grayed out initially when this little like menu is visible or something. I just need to think of ways to do this. Yeah, so let's go ahead and start the menu at the center, and then I guess I'm going to update this line in the process event now because it means it's going to be moving around, so it's fine. It's just one thing, and then I'm going to say only do this if visible in tree. So if we're not visible in the tree, then just return and don't run any code. A little performance hack for you guys. Well, not a hack, it's just good practice. Oh, you should add some Subway Surfers on the whole right side of the screen and learn it. I think that's a really good idea, yeah. I should do that, and then some Family Guy clips in the bottom left, and otherwise people are going to get bored. It's a great idea. All right, so now instead of calling update line, we just get rid of that. So if we have this thing visible, then now what I'm going to go ahead and say is, yeah, I'm going to have to dynamically like move its position around, which, how do I want to do that? Well, I know it's always going to be a consistent width, right? Which is one thing I can assume. So I could calculate like a center position on this. I wonder if I need to just make this as another node completely distinct from everything. How do I want to do this? Well, it's underneath a different node with a position, so I think I know how I could do this, actually. Let's go ahead and undo what I just did there. So back inside of the minigame code, I can start its position initially at the center. So we're going to say minigame tutorial.position is equal to, and then we have to know what the position is. So I'm going to just say my global position, right? Plus size divided by 2. And apparently that needs to be in parentheses. So it's not going to be quite in the center position to start with, but it'll be close enough. And then it's going to fade in. I want to set like tween interval, like 1 second. Then tween property. So we're going to move minigame tutorial, move its position away from the center point back to vector 2.0 over the course of like 1 second. Then also say tween.set transition type. Let's do, you know, circular or something, and say tween.set ease in and out. So hopefully this is going to do what I think it will. Let's go ahead and give it a try, shall we? Ooh. Hold on. I've made some mistakes here. Vector 2.0 and then target point there. And I realize I set its position to that. I need to set its global position. That's why it's all funny. I'm pretty sure, at least. Ooh, the verge of Roblox brain. Oh yeah, the DVD logo too. Yeah. Hey, Steven, welcome in. How's it going? Oh no, I do want to set position to that, but I need to set this one here to global position. Let's try that again. Another question about your habits. Why are you adding 0.0 at the end of some numbers? The reason I usually do that is because it's just more obvious that I'm specifically referencing a float. So Godot is a dynamic language or whatever. So it means that like if I write this number, Godot will read that as an integer. So sometimes what can happen is if I like, for example, let's say I say divide by 2. I think this would be okay, but if I want this to return a float value, this here I'm saying I'm dividing it by an integer. So by adding 0.0 at the end, I'm telling Godot this is supposed to be a float. It's a different data type. And also just for readability too, as you're going through the code, I think it's better because you can see like, obviously I'm setting this to a float value. I'm not intending this to become an integer, right? So it's just being very explicit with like the meaning behind the numbers that I'm putting in here. So it's always just, I think it's good practice to, like, if you're using an int, then you don't include the period. Like if I specifically want, you know, var poop to be an integer, then you put an integer and you don't put the 0.1 at the end or 0.0. But otherwise, if you do want this to be type of a float, then you want to put 0.0 at the end. So yeah, only one poop. Yeah. All right, let's try this out. Okay, so it's still in the wrong position, but it's like getting closer maybe. I don't know why the menu is getting so obscenely tall, honestly. It's a little confusing. I really don't know why it's so tall. It's kind of weird. Why is it getting so huge? Shouldn't be that tall. Is it something to do with the text box? Fill. We'll say expand vertically, maybe. We have a grown man laughing at poop jokes. No. Not funny, guys. Never talk about poop in this channel again, or you get an instant ban. So why doesn't this work? So obviously that's not its like position. Because it's way off to the side for some reason. Finally Friday, yeah. We've arrived. How goes the demo prep? It's going good. We're just kind of working on like, I won't really have a bunch of time for major content additions right now, so I'm really focusing on like the tiny stuff, just more polish and making sure there's no issues for anyone. So I'm trying to get this thing fixed. I don't know why this menu is so tall and why it's going over to the corner. It's a little broken, but we're trying to figure it out. It's a little annoying to do all these transitions and stuff sometimes, not gonna lie. So, okay, let's go ahead and do this again. I'm just gonna set it to the position. It should be in the top left corner. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. Off the rails. Welcome in. How's it going? Is it flexing to the height of the screen? Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. It really shouldn't be doing that. Oh, and then it just doesn't move at all. What? Let's go ahead and just say instead of no, that should be fine, because I want to set the position of that. What if I just set it to something like this for now, just out of curiosity, right? Or not on the Y, but on the X, I just want to say -200. Because we can maybe we just have to convert that position into like a local position chord. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes moving around UI nodes like this is a nightmare. It's going, just working on my game. Yeah, nice. Same here. So it goes there. So that is in the right position there. So I think we're on the right track. We just need to set this to a local position, I suppose. So now what I'm going to do for this is just say size divided by 2. And I think that should be the center point. And then I also need to take into account the size of the UI itself. And that should be fine. Let's give this a try. And now it's completely wrong. So that's cool. Like, why though? You know? It feels like size is like not being properly set. I don't want to have to add another anchor node inside of here. That seems so odd that that wouldn't work, you know? I think it does have something to do with maybe like scale is actually affecting the value of size, right? I don't know. Opposite direction. No, this should be okay, I think, right? No, wait, you are correct, I think. Because that's going to be at the end of... I need to get, like, the negative size, right? I think. Yeah, you might be right on that. Let me go ahead and try it. Getting a huge little gumbo vibes from Illuminate. All makes sense. He made the music, so... Let's try this again. Yeah, there we go. So now that goes in the center over there. Okay. Okay, so we're almost there. We need to do the size offset, and then also I want to say plus the size of the minigame tutorial, right? Dot size divided by 2. And I think I have to say minus that as well. That should hopefully be in the center. I don't know why this freaking tutorial is like expanding to 1,000,000 pixels tall. I really don't know what's going on there. It's just on shrink mode there. I guess I'll just keep resetting size to 0 or something. I hate doing stuff like that, but I don't know what else to do. Oops, size.y is 0. I don't know, maybe it is because it's doing fit content on the rich text label, but why would it fit that much content? It doesn't make any sense. Why is it so big? Why is it enormous? I don't get it. I'm not tweening like size, it's just position. Something animated button script? I don't think it's that. I mean, it's just basically a button. I don't have any like funny modes set on anything. I doubt it's that. It's got to be something weird with how I'm doing this in here then. I'm saying fit content. It might be some weird like auto wrapping thing that's causing that to happen. BB code enabled. Because, okay, if I go ahead and fill this out with text, it should just do that, right? Like, that's what it should be doing. And it looks like it's almost correct. But then sometimes it's just, like, broken. What's going on? Such a standout player, I think it's doing its job. Yeah, I guess you are right. Maybe the V-Box container. I don't know why that would expand like that. Seems normal. You're gonna go to sleep now. Happy rest of your stream. Thank you so much for coming in, Woolbed. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Why would it do that? Oh, and now it's not expanding the top of the text. It's just this little section. What? What is going on? Reload Burpee? Yeah, sounds good. Go through 25 minutes of ads? That's insane. What? That's not normal. Something happened with Twitch there. I mean, I don't think it's any of that stuff. Auto wrap mode. Is it doing this? I'm gonna print out just to see if there's anything weird happening in here. Like, I'm just gonna print size. See the moment when it expands, if it's like this from the beginning or if it changes. So I'm not seeing anything in there. It's just immediately to 1000 size. Why? I don't know what I'm doing to make it do that. It's not the node that it's underneath, because if we look inside the minigame here, the tutorial anchor, it's just normal. It's set to 0 size. So weird. Back. I don't know why all I did was reload the video player during the ad break. Yeah, that's really weird. It would give you that many ads. That's not... I don't know what happened there. Glad we were able to skip through it, though. Why is this doing this? I'm not setting the size of it anywhere, right? Like, I don't do that anywhere. I just tell it to kind of do its own thing. I just add it as a child. Ugh. Well, we can do this. I hate to do it, but let's see what happens. This is what the Godot, the new Godot thing is going to be really nice for. They're adding in the ability to set a maximum size on UI nodes for the next version, and it's going to help prevent issues like this. See, so that brings it back to a normal size. But for some reason, initially, I think it's still reading that it has the big size. Right? Which is a little odd. It's gonna be so good, I know. It's gonna be awesome. I've been wanting that for so long. It's been years. Why is it all the way up there at the beginning? It's got to be something weird with the scaling. It's the only thing I can think of, because all of these problems seem to be, you know, happening here. So what I could do is, before I set the scale or something... No, I'm not changing the scale of the menu, though. I just realized I don't actually do that with these. I do it with other menus, I think, but not these. These ones I only make, like, if I play it again. I only fade it in, so it stays at a consistent menu size. Ah! I don't know. It's frustrating. Sort of fixed the tutorial. It's still a little broken. Trying to figure out why. It's really frustrating. What else could be causing this? It's so odd. This is like a weird problem. So what do I do here? Interval, so it shows it for a second and then moves it over. And I started that position, but this is not the right position, so I guess let's hide that section, because you'll see now, I bet without that section, it's fine. Try unparenting it to see if it's inheriting something. I have no idea what it would be inheriting, though, you know? It's like, it's just underneath a empty control node, which means it won't inherit any kind of sizing or container sizing stuff, right? And you can see it's fine when I remove that. It's still a little weirdly, like, shifted up for some reason. Just kind of odd. What is going on? So under these minigames, it has this control node, right? Which is called tutorial anchor. And it's just set to 0 on all the sizing and everything, right? And that's it. Maybe it's because of like the shrink mode, but no, it has to be on that shrink mode. Otherwise it's gonna, you know, get big. So let's see what happens if I just add this tutorial node to it. So that's what it starts off, right? Like it's just normal. It's just a child of this anchor node. And there's nothing odd about this. There's no like weird sizing stuff. It's just normal. So I don't know why. We want it to be on position because we're going to be moving its position around like this. So we can see the size is 192. So we say that divided by 2 or whatever, minus 96. So that gets it in the center. And then the height here is 60. So that's going to be minus 30. You'd think that would make sense. You'd really think. But then it just breaks. The only thing I can think of is that it's something weird with the rich text label, you know? Maybe having BB code on, or like something inherently about this node is causing problems. I don't want it to scroll. I do want it to auto wrap. I want it to stay horizontally centered. There's no other weird settings I have in here. So I don't know. I really don't know. Well, I've been using this node everywhere in the entire project. Like, I know it's not the animated button node. There's nothing inside of here that would cause any kind of weird positioning stuff because I don't modify the size of this whatsoever, right? So I know it's not that. Oh, I don't even need this function now, the update pivot thing. Because you can just now set inside of the button the pivot ratio. That's kind of funny. Man. Ugh. Yeah, I don't freaking know, guys. Yeah, it's not the button. I mean, we can remove the button just to see what happens. You know, I'll make it hidden so it doesn't affect the spacing. And I doubt there's going to be any change to the behavior. It's going to be the same thing. I did also change it away from being a rich text label too, though, so we'll see. So it's up there now. It could have just been the rich text label stuff. Let's make the button visible again. That would be so weird if it was actually the animated button somehow. I don't know how that would be happening because it's never happened anywhere in the entire game, you know? So why would that be happening just... Oh, but I still have the size stuff being set to 0. So that's probably why it looked okay. So it does the big mode. Then if we hide the button, let's give that a try. The only other thing I could think of is it's something with this like line anchor here. I really don't see why this would affect anything, but... So it goes big mode there. Let's hide the line anchor, right? Make that not a factor. So it's definitely not the button, as I assumed it was. Let's give this a try. Yeah, it's still just the exact same thing. This is like puzzling. I don't know. Let's look at this. Let's go into embedded mode so that I can analyze these nodes and just try and figure out what the frick is going on. 'Cause it is so weird. Let's see. Okay, so it's still big. Let's go to 2D mode, and now I can like click on these nodes to see, you know, if I'm noticing anything weird. Let's go to remote. Thank God they fixed the remote tree stuff. It used to be like super laggy before. So this is down inside of one of our mini games in here. It's the OT mini game, right in here. And this tutorial anchor. So this node is set to size of 0. Okay. The minigame tutorial node. You can see it's just at 1,000 for some reason. I don't know why. Is it because of offset bottom? Based on anchor bottom. Right, like is that the problem? Why is offset bottom being changed if it's just on position mode, you know? It doesn't make any sense to me. So I would just set that to 0. Why is there any offset stuff at all? Right? Is it something weird about my anchor preset? Maybe. I don't want this to have any settings on it. Let's go ahead, now that I reset the anchor preset, let's load it up again and see if it changed anything. Oops, I'm still in the... Nope. I don't know what's going on. Instead of setting the size, I can set that anchor. Anchor bottom should always be 0. I don't know why it would be anything other than 0. You know? I'm not messing with anything inside of the minigame code or inside of here. I don't change it anywhere. That's why this is so confusing to me. I don't know what's causing this anchor position to change. You know, nothing in here is going to do it. Nothing in there. It doesn't extend anything that would cause that to happen. It's just a panel container, which is just a vanilla Godot node. I just don't get it. Why would it be doing that? So odd. Yeah, I mean, I know where the path is. It's under here, it's in OT, and then it's under my tutorial anchor node, and this is it right here, right? So it's showing that my offset bottom, for some reason, is set to 1089 pixels. And I don't know if that's because of the size, or if it's because inherently the offset is causing the size, you know? But I guess the thing is too, like, how does that even happen? I don't even know. Maybe the thing I need to set it to is custom on the anchors here, because maybe top left is trying to do stuff to it, you know? And then anchor offsets, I set all of that to 0. Right? Keep all that at 0. And maybe that'll do it. I changed the scale, but scale doesn't have anything to do with size. Those are two like different variables. Because size is like the actual like value of how wide it is. Scale doesn't actually modify anything with the UI, if you think about it. It's kind of like almost just more of a visual effect than anything. Because you can see if I go ahead and disable that effect that scales it, it's not going to change anything. I would be surprised if it did. Yeah, so setting the custom mode didn't do anything. But if I go in here and now again and try it out, it's still doing the exact same thing, right? So scale really doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's kind of its own like system. I am just perplexed. I don't know. It's a little frustrating. What is causing this? Well, I spent too long on this, you know? I think I'm just gonna have to figure out a better way to go about this now. As much as I hate to do it. I might go ahead and do this. Where I'm going to add another panel container as a child of this node. Put it in here. Change this type into a regular control node. Right, like this. And get rid of any minimum sizing or anything in here. I just set that to shrink center, right? Then now this is going to be kind of like, and then this can be set to no longer position, just in center of this node. And set size to 0. So now this is just going to be centered around 0, 0. So I don't even have to worry about the scale of it whatsoever. So I'm curious to see if this makes any difference at all. It's going to be frustrating though, because now like I have to redo all my references in here and stuff, but it's not a big deal. Get our animated button. This is such a weird thing. I don't really know why this is happening or how I'm really supposed to solve it, unfortunately. So, but it is what it is. Wanting more and more info from you to help me code my game? That's awesome, yeah. Yeah, the code, you didn't restart the game? Yeah, you can, the one really nice thing about Godot is it like supports like hot swappable code or whatever. So it means that you can just super easily make a change, save the game, and then it starts running the code again instantly. So scrap the nodes, try again. Maybe I will. We'll see if this works. So that keeps it like normal size. So now you can see now it's just going to be centered around the center of the box and like whatever, you know, it's fine. We'll just do it that way instead so I don't have to mess with like weird position offsets. It is really stupid that that's the way I have to do it. I don't know why it's being so weird. It could possibly just be some bug with Godot that I'm not aware of, you know, but I really have no way of ever truly knowing. So now instead of doing all that stuff, yeah, let's see. This is a child of that. That should be fine, right? It should be doing the proper position. Oh, I've got to do not negative size anymore now. Let's give that a try. Also, we can get rid of the tutorial anchor node. I realized we don't need that anymore. So we're just going to add it without that. Let's try that out. Another position is not in the center. Oh yeah, we'll fix that. Now we have better control over where the position of it is. So such a weird thing. So now it stays in the center and then it moves over. So we don't want it moving over there, but we can just change the side where it goes to. It's not a big deal. So let's go down into, this is the wrong code. Over into here now again. Let's get rid of, so that sets it to the center, which is good. Now for position, instead of setting it to 0, I want to set it to size. And specifically just position X really, right? Size.x. And I want to move this to both the size of that plus the minigame tutorial.size.x divided by 2. Apparently we have to parentheses that. So that should just move it over to the right side of the UI. And it should be dynamic for any kind of minigame that it appears on, you know, so hopefully it'll work out. Let's try it out. So it shows it there and then moves over there. I need to move it just a tiny little bit more than that. Oh, I realize it's because now it's going to be grabbing the size of that control node, which is why it thinks that it's just 0 size. So I need to actually get, let's get a reference to our panel container. right, like that. And now I can go back into our code for the minigame. Instead of saying that, I want to say dot container is what I called it. Yeah, dot size X. Let's try that out. So David Huffman on YouTube, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, it's so weird that that issue happened. I still don't know like exactly why it does that. There must be some weird like thing that's just causing the height of that menu to expand. I really don't know why though. It's a big mystery to me right now. But it's fine. I mean, this works just as good, so it's kind of like, you know, screw it. We'll just do it this way instead. I'm gonna change that to sign so it's just a little less intense. Let's give this another try. Yeah, that feels pretty good. So it shows up in the middle, and then it just moves over to the side, so you can like look at the mini game. And I might add in a couple more things onto that little panel that shows up. So I might actually give these a name then. So let's go back into the minigames table. So this one, what would we call this minigame? I think it would be a good idea to name all these now. So it's like, it's a circle. Circle timing minigame, right? Like, I don't know what you would call that kind of minigame. Does anyone have any ideas? Welcome back. How would you describe the Dead by Daylight minigame? Yeah, and they're just called skill checks. Right? But what else would you call this? Yeah, hit the skill checks, maybe. I mean, it's a circle. Whack-a-mole. That to me would more imply like a big grid of circles, then you have to click on the circles. This one with like the, could be like sink your hook or something. That's like click mashing. Would click mashing be 2 words? Probably. It's not like a... this one is like, follow the fish. Triple tap. I do want to have the ability, though, to change how many times you have to tap, so I don't want to hard bake it as triple tap, but something along those lines kind of makes sense. Like circle. It's a circle, so it'd be like circle tap. Circle click. Fishy tap, tap a ton. It's called circle tap. I mean, I guess it's basically good enough. These names don't really matter so much. It's just kind of like for the player, like a little like, oh, that's what that minigame is, you know? So you can like remember them better. When it shows up, you're like, oh, that's the sink your hook minigame. All right. And then we got to replace all these with input. So we'll do that. So let's save all those, and then let's go back into our minigame code. Where whenever we set the text on that. I think that's up and ready. Right here. Alrighty. So here we're getting the tutorial information. Now we're also going to get the name. So let's just do this. And I need to go enable BB code on that again. Right here. Boom. So let's just say like font size equal to 28 or something. Font size, new line. And then we'll enter in 0 and then 1. And I have a thing to get the input really easily now. So we'll do that. So we're going to put in the name, and we're going to be translating these two, right? So translate, and then also tr tutorial data dot tutorial. And before I pass that in, or what I want to do is say also global dot fill description on that. Like so. What is this? Expected to received 1. Oh, I have to pass in like an ID. All right, so match. I'm gonna have some default ones that get like replaced. And I know that I do this somewhere for input. Yeah, get cast input dictionary. Okay, and that's like replacing it like that. So input, replace with both of those. Tap the Taurus. It's kind of like a Taurus. Yeah. Then let's do a default and say description is equal description.format. Get the input dictionary. So that should replace now that little tag where I say input with like the two images of the left click or spacebar thing, you know? So that should work. Let's go try it out. Oh, that was funny how the button didn't go away. Is that for some reason somehow the depth is higher? Seems a little odd. Let's go check that. Nope. It is below the transition. Oh, I know why that happened. Okay, it's not a huge deal right now. Okay, minigame OT. Oh. What happened there? It's Final Fantasy music? Nah, this is Insane Aquarium music. Description.format. Oh, it's the ID first and then the description, isn't it? That's why I was just returning the ID. Yeah, it's pretty banger. Made by the same people that made Plants vs. Zombies. PopCap. Thank you for the spin, Ryan. Alright, guys, this better freaking work. Finally. So yeah, I think this will be helpful just as like a little tiny explanation of what you're supposed to do here, right? So this is the Sink Your Hook minigame. And now you're like, oh, press left or spacebar whenever the hook crosses over the fish icon. And it like points and it starts in the center, so it immediately grabs your attention and you're like, oh, I better read this over here. And then I'll probably put some other stuff up here or like make it so this is like semi-obscured when this little menu is open. And I'll do some sounds and stuff like that. So probably when it first pops in, I'll make it do like a little jingle And then also whenever you're on controller, I'll make it so you can dismiss this menu by clicking on it over here. But yeah, then you just click OK, and then it starts the actual minigame and does the little go thing, and there we go. So hopefully that'll be helpful for people. It's just like a little aid, you know, to know when you're supposed to do stuff. Now, it did freeze here, but it's not a big deal. Oh yeah, I couldn't get tutorial anchor there because it doesn't exist anymore. Let's get rid of that. So now this is where we're going to be checking for whether the tutorial has already been done or not. So we're going to have some new stuff up in here in save game data. And I'm just going to save a couple things in here. So we're going to save minigame tutorials, right? I'll say completed minigame tutorials, right? Might as well be verbose. And then all this is going to be is just a big list of strings, right? It's going to be a type of array of strings. It'll be empty by default. Completed minigame tutorials. And then we'll have a button inside of the options to reset the minigame tutorials, just in case you want to do them again. So then back into the minigame code. Now we're going to check if we have it already. So if global.minigame tutorials.has our current ID. And also we'll have another thing, like if we have the option. So I'll say var play tutorial is true by default, right? And then if we already have it as a completed tutorial, we say play tutorial is false. And honestly, I could see maybe doing like yeah, this will work fine. Then now we say if global dot show minigame tutorials, right? Then say play tutorial is equal to false. So if either of those, now we just pass in play tutorial. And we're gonna add this as another option as well, just so you can turn them off if you don't want to play them ever, you know? Maybe you get one, you're like, I don't care, I don't want to see this info. You can just turn them off. I imagine most people would probably best to keep it on, just so they know what the minigame's all about. But yeah. Okay. And I might replace that text that says okay with like begin or start. Let's go back into that really quick. I just want to do that. Probably be a good idea. Just change it to start. Okay. And now, back into here. So whenever we do begin a minigame tutorial now down here, we're going to check if it's dismissed and also throw it into here, dot push back. I'll say, you know, if completed minigame tutorials dot has ID. Then I want to push back, right? Completed minigame tutorials dot push back ID. So that should work just fine there. And that has to be global. Completed minigame tutorials. So yeah, this should all work now. We just got to get these options and other things saving. So completed minigame tutorials and show minigame tutorials. Let's go back into global and add that in. It'll be true by default. So we did it in save game data here. Let's close it because otherwise it's going to break. I probably already broke my game. Show show minigame tutorials, right? Okay. And now we want to go to load user data. I'm going to go ahead and launch the game again though, because if I don't do that, it's going to like break and it's going to try and load a value that's null, and it's just going to be annoying. Okay. So now we go into here, pretty easy. We just say show minigame tutorials is equal to user data dot get minigame tutorials. Set it to the default here, and also completed. Nope. Minigame tutorials is equal to user data dot completed tutorial minigame tutorials, whatever. Come on, game, stop. There we go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So this should all work now, hopefully. So the first time that we run into one of these now, it's going to, yeah, all work. Now let's go into our options menu. There's a couple new buttons we have to throw in here. So down to the bottom. It's not really gameplay. I'm just going to throw this in general. So we're going to have another one called reset data, and this one's going to be called reset minigame tutorials. Right. It's going to have a tooltip on it that explains what it does. So we're going to say restarts all of your minigame tutorials. Which caption's so confusing in your speech. Yeah, we were testing this out a couple streams ago, and it was like, oh man, it's like so inaccurate. It's kind of comedic how bad it is. Yeah, it's pretty insane. I'm honestly surprised about literally just how bad it is. I'm like, man, this is really bad. Let's get rid of that script. All right, so on this being pressed, I want to say global dot completed minigame tutorials dot clear. So that'll reset that list. And then in here, we can add another toggle button. And this one's going to be called show minigame tutorials. Like that. Okay, and yeah, that's literally it. So let's go ahead and test it out. Was there a chair in the bottom left corner? You guys know what to do. Here, let me type out the command. That would be why. Oh yeah, let's go check the options. All right, so now we can see in here, show minigame tutorials is an option. Oops. Yo, thank you for the speed. And then reset minigame tutorials. And it shows right there, restarts all of your minigame tutorials. So if we go ahead and go in here, let's just do some testing, right? Minigame OT. So that one did not show, oh, I might have turned the option off. Let me go see if I did that. Okay, so the option is on. Oh, I think I need to do the inverse instead of the minigame code. I think I accidentally did. I'm checking if it's not on or whatever. Yeah, right here. I have to say if it's not true. All right. Let's try that again. Just restart the game. Thank you very much for the cheese time, Stevens. We appreciate it. And then why chair on chair? Because who else is gonna sit in the chair, you know? Exactly. You need a chair to sit on. The chair needed a chair to sit on, so we put a chair in the chair. So yeah, there, it shows the little tutorial, sync your hook, press the thing, and then you click start, and then it does the stuff. So now if we play that same mini game again right now, like this, boom, it doesn't show the tutorial again, so only the first time. But let's say that it's been a long time and I forgot. Chill and cheese dog. Yeah. Chill out, guys. Let's say it's been a little while and I forget all the how to do it, you know? So we can just go into here and say like, boom, reset minigame tutorials. And now, when we play again, oh, I have to make it so it becomes visible again every time. Whoopsies. Set it to true right there. Let's try this again. Yeah, thank the clear cheese. The most evil redemption of all time. I can't believe somebody would do such a thing. Alright, let's try this again. Minigame OT. Sync your hook. Start. Boom. Wrist check. No, all of my balls have fallen. I have one here, it's fine. So now if we go ahead and do the same minigame, it does not show the tutorial. But now let's go ahead and reset our tutorials, right? Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Now it shows the tutorial again. Now, let's say I just don't want tutorials and I'm an epic gamer and I don't need tutorials, right? Do not fret. We can reset the tutorials and then turn off show minigame tutorials. And now, it just doesn't show it. So yeah, I think we're gaming, guys. Yeah, this will be nice. I just wanted a little bit of an ability to, you know, explain the minigames a tiny bit. Since it seems that a lot of people do have issues with it. I don't think these minigames, they're extremely simple. They don't really need like this big complicated step-by-step tutorial, I don't think. But it's nice just to have that little pop-up of like, you know, what is about to happen with this minigame and what should I be doing. So, yeah, I think this will be a good idea. And then you can just reset the tutorials if you need to go through them again. So it's like, oh, sync your hook. Press left click or spacebar whenever the hook crosses over the fish icon. I think it's pretty obvious. Yeah, thank you for the posture check. Oh. All right, well, we've been going for 4 hours, so I think we're gonna go ahead and probably end stream here. We got the tutorial implemented, so that was the main thing. Yeah, there's still a lot more things that I want to do before the demo launches. It's really going to be stuff like this where I'm just going to fully lock in on like the little quality of life things. I might also potentially do this one here. I'll probably work on doing the fish balancing stuff. You know, I want to make it so like the balancing of them is better. Right now, all the values are kind of very unfair because you get a mola mola and he's like as valuable as a goldfish. If you're doing like a price per weight ratio, and then you realize like, man, what's this? These guys freaking suck, right? So I'm gonna do like a more automatic method where I'm gonna kind of calculate, like depending on their tier of region, how much they should be worth, right? And I think that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, anyways, I think that'll be a good thing. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this in here now. Added tutorials to each minigame, giving a tiny description on how they work. Also includes new options in the options menu. Alright. Well guys, I'm sorry that it was a boring stream and I kept just going over the same stuff for 2 hours. It was like 2 hours of boring font creation and then 2 hours of broken minigame. but it's okay. I have to get through this stuff, so, you know, I gotta work on the stuff that needs to be done. With a great stream, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and find somebody to raid. That's what I'm here for, let's go. Who do we have live? Many people. I could raid Adagon, maybe. Adagon's playing some cool little games. Some little demos, perhaps? I know, pretty insane. So yeah, let's do that. Alright, let's go get this queued up. Yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow at like 3:30 MDT. We're going to be working more on the Lured In demo. I think tomorrow is going to be a lot more of a productive day. Like, we're going to get more things done just because we're past the, you know, the stupid garbage. At least I hope. We'll see. But yeah, let's go ahead and start the raid. Yeah, and then, it'll be nice to get this demo out. It's been one of like these big things hanging over me for a while. And then once the demo is finally out and stable, like we can do fun stuff and work on Twitch overlay and deadlift and all this other stuff I've been meaning to get to. So it's just, I really want to make sure I'm not slacking now. Like, this is the most critical moment. So but yeah. But anyways, yes, and this stream's my first pick since you can focus on like a lot of other people I watch. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, some streams are insane where like people are like I don't like the channel point redemptions where you like actively make developing harder, you know? Like, it's fun and all, and I'm sure people enjoy that on some streams, but it seems like I don't want to add things in that are actively making my time less valuable, you know? So still got 9,900 hours of playtesting to go. Let's freaking go. Yeah, you'll get there one day. Might be the heat death of the universe, but it's fine. Cheese time. Cheese time is not much of a distraction for me, you know? Like, it's just harder for you guys to see, but it's a fine, I think. Anyways, yeah, feel free to join the Discord. Wishlist the game on Steam. Thank you for dropping that stuff in, Oshik. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Thank you for coming in. Bye-bye.